Very basic and easy to understand because of Yuvijin, Rob Lucci, and Erwin, who are from very different worlds from here. All of them groan in discomfort as they adapt to their new memories. My name is Hector, just so you guys know. But don't talk about me out loud ever. Call me boss, leader, or whatever. But don't use my name when talking about me. All information that I give them is about the world. Nothing about me. No way in hell I'm giving information about myself to them, especially Johan. With time they should discover on their own. But like this, the bond relationship will go up. So I start to circle them. These guys will need a different approach from the girls. I wonder if anyone will give themselves for me to use as an example. Power play is always useful in this new subordinate scenario. I know about you guys. I can begin by saying that no one in this room, with exception of the lady over here, is a good person. Including me, I say looking at them one by one. Obviously, there are various degrees of bad. Some of you just receive cruel orders. I look at Lucci. Some of you gave cruel orders. My gaze goes to Erwin. But I can say for sure that all of you guys are willing to dirt your hands, right? And you guys are very good at that too. I stop in front of them again. And this is exactly what I need you all for. I have an objective. Bring a change to this world. I say, gesturing to the window that shows Earth. The curtains open, revealing the scenario of space and Earth. This time, all of them show surprised faces. None of them were ever in space before. To the ones that don't know, I look at Erwin. He is the one who is the most behind. That is our planet. We are in space, and I will take you guys to live your lives there later. Everyone with his own mission. I will not give details now. I believe that all of you know the importance of compartmentalization. You guys just need to follow the orders. Don't worry that I'm not a bad employer. In no time you will all see the benefits. Money, a long and healthy life, power, true power. I put emphasis on the last part. In most of the cases you guys can live normally and freely, but following certain rules that I will quote in the future. If you guys search in your memories, you will see that you have a very comfortable life in this world already. You're welcome, I said to the trio with the background. And the rest, I thought that you all would prefer the anonymity, but I will give money to start a life from zero. I speak, turning to the ones who are actually going to act on the villain side. Any questions before I continue? Erwin raises his hand and starts talking when I give permission. I have a request. He says, "Oh, keep going. You give us knowledge about the Omniverse. Your power can manipulate it a little, right? Is it possible to go to my universe? I have an unfinished mission there." He says, "That's a first. Everyone that I summoned doesn't have a huge attachment with their former universe. Owen really has a huge sense of responsibility. And maybe he's curious. He died before reaching Aaron's basement. He wants to know the truth. I can use that. Well, I know everything about your world, though. All the secrets. Do you want me to tell you?" I ask, making him widen his eyes. "Let's do it like this." I start before he responds. "In the future, I plan to visit your world. Don't know when, but if you do a good job, I will take you with me to take care of your regrets. If you want to know about the basement and the secrets of the Titans, I can tell you now." I say. He pauses for a long time. Now I'm curious. Maybe helping with his regret will increase the bond relationship faster. It's good to give him a reward too. And it's not like I will lose anything going to his world. The Ackerman bloodline is something that I'm eager to study. And that crystal thing is also a fuel. All right, I will do my best. I hope that you won't forget about this promise," he says before relaxing. I shrug my shoulders. What is he gonna do if I go back in my word? I don't even specify what he needs to do, or how long will take to travel to his world. All the cards are in my hand. If it is like that, I would like to go back to my world too and kill the chain bastard that killed me. Yuvijin said, suddenly making me look at him. No. I say simply. I think I just found the example. Come on, give me the opportunity. You're the most short-tempered in the room. What? Why this your bastard dash? Oh nice. Internally I smile. But my face grows cold and I release my Haushiko haki. I was expecting this. So easy to manipulate these guys when I know everything about them. Third-person POV instant pressure affects everyone. Obviously, Hector holds back when using haki against some people, like Siko or Sol. But everyone can feel that their life is not in their hands anymore. Hector has enough control to give pressure on different levels. Just enough for everyone to stay conscious. Huh. Hector looks downright pissed after hearing Yuvijin talk. Faster than anyone could see he attacks Yuvijin. Using his right hand he presses Yuvijin face to the ground. A 1-meter-wide crater appears around Yuvijin's head. Are you forgetting who you're talking to? Hector asks with an eerie calm voice. His eyes blazing with power. I brought you into this world. I have all the right to do the opposite. Is Hector overreacting? Maybe. But like he said, none of these guys here are saints. Hector doesn't treat people with equality, but with equity. These people need a little tough love to be put in their places. Better prevent now than need to correct some wild behavior later. If I say no is no. You don't question me, Yuvijin. But I will explain myself this once. Hector says, not letting Yuvijin raise his head. Erwin there asked me to go back to help his comrades, fight for his people. You want some petty vengeance against a well-deserved punishment, you genocide maniac. You fight a 101 and you lose. Deal with it. After taking so many lives, why are you don't accepting your own demise, huh? Strangely Hector sees Yuvijin bond relationship go too tense. Maybe Yuvijin is one of these guys who respect strength above all else. Finally letting go of Yuvijin's head, Hector straightens up and looks around. Let me take things clear. I know that you guys have killed, scammed, tricked and toyed with people's lives. And I want you all because of this. But Hector's eyes grow cold again and haki is again released from his body. I have a bottom line. We don't touch normal and innocent people. He says with purpose. I don't care if you guys use murderers, pedos or rapists to sate your urges. But if any of you touch a single hair of someone innocent. He didn't finish because there was no need. Someone more attentive would notice that Hector appears to be talking directly with Johan, although his words are to everyone. The pressure suddenly vanishes and Hector takes on a friendly expression. That said, working to me has plenty of benefits. You guys will be very happy. He smiles, his change is so abrupt that he sends a shiver through the less hardened summons. But before I give your guys my blessing, Yuvijin. Yes. Do you know how to awaken the Nain in someone? Hector asks suddenly. Never taught anyone. This is Yuvijin's reply. I see. So punch me. Hector says smiling. What the fuck? Is this some kind of trap? Yuvijin thinks warily. Everyone else also makes strange faces too. What's the problem? Chickening out. Hector mocks with a smug smile. Your little dash. Yuvijin starts off irritably before stopping as he remembers what happened a minute ago. Just punch me to try to awaken my Nen. Hector says. Isn't that simple, you know? The masters infuse someone with Nen carefully to open the Nen nodes. Yuvijin speaks. The rest of the people in the training room don't understand the conversation. Yes, this is the safe method within the dangerous method. Just punch me with your Nen already, your pussy. Don't you want to take revenge against me because I cleaned the floor with your ugly face? Hector mocks again. You can see the veils pulsing in Yuvijin's forehead and neck. I will show you, he says through gritted teeth. All of you, take some steps back. Hector warns and everyone obeys, Siko giving Hector a worried look. The power system from the Hunter x Hunter world. The technique that allows the user to manipulate their life energy, aura. Similar to Ki or Chi, but more versatile. Everyone has life energy, aura, but only Nen masters can manipulate it freely and have it in great amounts. In the world of HXH, There are two ways to awaken nen. To open the nen nodes, it is necessary for arduous training and meditation or, like Gon and Killua did, having the help of a nen user to open their nen nodes and by inserting their own aura in the target body. Some people awaken nen without even trying. Generally, people with nen are from the special type. As Yuvijin said, this fast method of learning nen is a dangerous process. But different from what he believes, it is not necessary to have good control over nen to awaken someone's abilities. In the Chimera Ant arc, the Chimera Ants began to awaken nen after being attacked by nen users. And then they used the crude method of punching each other to awaken the nen. This method has a survival rate of 10%. The main plot is even a huge selection where they would make thousands of new nen users to be soldiers and food by this selection process. That is, it is possible to awaken nen by being punched by someone with nen. Yuvijin doesn't know it because a normal person would normally don't survive the attack. Chimera ants have sturdy bodies to survive the attack. And Hector has too. And the aura that is the fuel to the nen is not some special power of the HXH universe. Is life energy. Everyone has it. So there's a huge chance that Hector could awaken nen by being punched by Yuvijin. This is one of the reasons he summoned Yuvijin. Yuvijin doesn't have a special technique that Hector covets. He is an enhancer that punches people. Simple as that. If he is Netero, Marum, or another with a nen of special type or with a huge amount of experience, Hector would have assimilated him. Yuvijin stops in front of Hector and prepares to strike. Hector narrows his eyes seeing Yuvijin's action. First of all, he is using his left hand and doesn't appear to go all out. Is he holding back on his own? This looks a little out of character. Is the influence of the essence? Hector muses to himself. Yuvijin prepares and punches Hector in his right chest. Boom, a little shockwave spread, but Hector remained unmoved. Looking almost contemptuously at Yuvijin's fist resting on his chest, Hector says, "Seriously? Did you not eat breakfast? If this is all that you can do, I will be very disappointed," he says with a bored face before putting his hands in his pockets. Hector had planned to defend himself with haki and other powers secretly as a show of power, but it is totally unnecessary for him to put effort against this weak punch. Okay then. Yuvijin says before clenching his right fist. No one can see, but a great amount of aura is being emitted from his fist. Hector's eyes change, and blue covers all of his pupils and his sclera. Clock engine patterns that form some sort of magic circles appear in his eyes. Oh, I can see now. Like steam. So this is his aura. Hector takes a closer look at how Yuvijin moves his aura inside and outside his body. This must be Ken, one of the advanced nen techniques. While Hector thinks about it, Yuvijin punches him again. Boom, a much louder sound is emitted this time, but again Hector doesn't even move a millimeter. Hot, this isn't gonna work. Try again. Full strength. I will make myself the weakest possible, like a baby. Hector says with a sigh, no wonder you got your ass kicked by the chain bastard. Did you know that he took a shovel to the duel because he knew that he would need it to bury you? Hector adds. This seems to do the trick because Yuvijin looks really pissed now. The aura emitted by his body even makes the weakest members give a step back. Hector can see with his all-seeing eyes of God that the aura that was previously transparent white became crimson in color. Did change with his mood, or is this just him going all out? Does everyone have different colors? I remember that Netero and Gon's aura is golden, right? Well, when Gon goes to kill Pitu, his aura became black, or this is just an anime thing. Hector distracts himself while Yuvijin accumulates nen in his first. A Konoha? Fucking finally! Hector recognizes another of the advanced nen techniques. Nen is one of Hector's favorite power systems in the anime Omniverse. Aura manipulation is nothing new in any manga of battles. But Togashi-sensei explains very well the in and outs of how people use nen. Info dump ahead. Nen has 4 basic techniques that anyone needs to know to be considered a nen user. and 7 advanced techniques that are variations and combinations of the basic techniques. The 4 basic techniques are Ten, Zetsu, Ren, and Hatsu. First of all, it's important to know that everyone has aura/life energy. And this energy is constantly escaping our bodies, and eventually, we will run out of life energy and pass away. 10. The first basic technique allows the nin user to hold his aura more tightly, enveloping his body in a protective layer of aura. Gon and Killua stated that it's like being enveloped in a very impact-resistant jelly, and is because of this control that many nin users have long lives. Zetsu, the second technique, is even more extreme. The nin user closes all his nin pores, don't allowing his aura to leave his body. Is a technique used to erase his presence. The downside is that the user becomes very vulnerable without any aura to protect himself. And Ren is the complete opposite of Zetsu. The nen user emits his aura frantically, allowing his body to grow significantly in strength, but is a very tiring process. Hatsu is very unique. Is the unique way that all nen users release their aura. In simple words, the nen user's secret techniques. And this is something that made this power system interesting. In many fictions, some people receive their powers naturally, and conveniently these powers are a good fit for them. A guy good with a sword awakens a convenient power that uses the sword. One Piece like to subvert these expectations and going in the opposite direction of these cliches. It is common to see people that can't use their powers properly for several reasons. In the case of nen, you create your own technique. And the strength of the technique depends on a few factors, but one of the most important is the compatibility with the user's personality, like a hobby or some talent, or even some life experience. The more the user likes the technique itself, the stronger it will be. A clever way to give people powers compatible with their personalities. Now about the advanced techniques, they're basically a specific use of a basic technique or a combination of the 2 of them. The advanced techniques are Shu, In, Gyo, En, Ko, Ken, and Ryu. Shu is someone using nen in an object, enhancing the said object. Very common in fiction. Busashoka Haki can do something similar. In is a better Zetsu. The user masks his aura, allowing it to go undetected without the need to become vulnerable. But there's a weakness. The Gyo, that is the act of concentrating most of the aura in a part of the body, enhancing greatly this body part capability. A special use of concentrating aura in the eyes allows the nin user to see auras hidden by the in. Attention to the word most. The user doesn't concentrate all of his aura in a part of his body with Gyo, because this act will let the rest of his body unprotected. And this is another advanced technique, the Ko. Very risky. Concentrate 100% of his aura in a body part. The Ryu corrects it. A master of Ryu can freely control the aura of his body, putting different amounts in different body parts depending on the need. Like putting a huge amount in the arm that is punching and putting another huge amount in the abdomen that will be punched at the same time. Then there's Ken, a combination of Ten and Ren. It is very simple but very exhausting. It is just the use of the Ren constantly and allows a more strong protective layer on the user body. And at last but not least, is also the use of Ten and Ren. But En uses the scattered aura to detect everything. Like observation haki. You can imagine the En like that. There is a thin layer of life energy covering everyone, even non-En users. The user of En expands this layer, allowing him to feel and see the vicinities like he is touching with his own hands. Hector previously used En's idea as a basis to train his telepathic field. There are others more unique techniques. Like Murum's unique way to use En. He transforms his aura into small particles and spreads much far instead of just making a nin field. Info dump ends. Sorry, but it's important. I don't copy-paste from any place and try to explain nin in a less boring way. I think this is better than saying snippets later or letting you guys need to search on your own. Yuvijin focus on his Ko. Ko is a risky move, but no one will attack him anyway. He pulls his fist back before giving Hector his strongest punch. Big bang impact. Oh yes, they have names to super moves too, and in their universe truly make the attack stronger. Anime logic. I'm not proud to admit that I yelled sometimes in the BNHA universe too. Hector thinks calmly as he lowers his defenses. The punch hits Hector square in his chest, making him bend forward slightly. Boom, a huge shockwave spreads in the training room. Hector is sent to the wall, but his feet are still dragging on the ground, making 2 huge scars on the ground. Boom, Hector hits the wall. Holy fuck. Did he kill him? Now what? Saul Goodman exclaims shocked, still not accustomed to the fact that people like that exist. Hector. Seiko mutters worriedly and starts rushing to help him. But once again a crushing pressure enveloped everyone, making it hard to breathe. What the monster? Yuvijin mutters in shock, mouth agape. He is the only that knows Hector would survive because he didn't see Hector's aura disappear at any time. But now, even he is scared. The pressure being issued from the hole in the wall is tremendous. Is different from when Hector used Haushiko Haki. If previously Hector's Haushiko Haki is like being very close to a hurricane, with the wind pushing your body backward and with no air going to your lungs. Now is like everyone has fallen into a deep part of the ocean. Like the air is solidifying. Their shoulder feels heavy. It's equally suffocating but in a different way. They can see Hector calmly using his hands to get out of the hole in the wall. A single step that he takes makes the pressure increase. So this is Nen. I'm glad that worked. This anime body is useful. Hector says, analyzing his own hand with his eyes. Aura is life energy. Everyone has it. And it is possible to increase by training. But there are people who are born with different amounts. The Chimera ants are an example. Especially the king and the royal guard. Hector has an infinite lifespan now, thanks to Luther Strode. But this only means that he has an inexhaustible reserve. That doesn't mean that his reserve is already big. His incredibly sturdy body is helping him release insanely large amounts of aura. Hector has the source of all living matter from Attack on Titan 2. That surprisingly will help him increase his aura passively even without effort. He is not even using Ren, but his aura could be comparable with Neferpitu. But this can also be because of the unconventional method of awakening Nen. Many people who survive the baptism perish because they can't control the aura/life energy that crazily escapes their body, eventually exhausting their life energy. After becoming satisfied with his inspection, Hector decides to restrict his aura. 10. He uses it naturally. Then that's it. Easier than I thought. Hector considers trying using Ren, but decides against it after seeing everyone panting. Only Rob Lucci and Yuvijin are a little better, but even then looks like they have just fought for their lives. The normal ones are on the ground kneeling and gasping for breath. If I put murderous intent behind my Ren, people will break mentally? Something like that happens in HXE? I will try later. Hector thinks as he slowly approaches everyone. Congratulations, Yuvijin. He says and then raises his thumb. There's a little smear of blood on his finger. Your attack managed to take a drop of blood from me. Hector finishes with a smile. That's good praise. Even if Yuvijin doesn't know that. Hector even let Yuvijin's aura go rampant in his internal organs because he knew that he can recover easily. But make him cough a drop of blood. Hector is a little impressed. But to Yuvijin and the rest, looks like he is just flexing. What? Surprised that I'm strong? There are many people stronger than me there. Hector says, pointing to the wall showing the space. And you guys can be strong too. I can share my powers with you all. Remember what I said about receiving my blessing, Hector says. If he already showed the stick, it's time for the carrot. First of all, let me give your guys some well-deserved basic protection. Hector says before his eyes become serious. He is concentrating a lot now. Everyone, even Seiko, feels their mind become heavy. A discomfort spreads through their head. Sometime later Hector relaxes and everyone release a sigh of relief that they are not knowing that they are holding. What did you just do? Armstrong asks, while clutching his head and noticing everyone doing the same. I just gave you guys protections against telepaths. Hector says don't bothering himself with their discomfort. In this world, there are people that can read minds. I assume that you guys wouldn't like that. I too need to protect my secrets, so I set some defenses in your minds. We'll defend their minds from everyone but me. Hector thinks internally like Hector has said, these guys can be problematic. So taking inspiration from many fanfics where Xavier put backdoor in Jean's mind to always probe her memories undetected. Hector did the same. He will check their memories periodically. See what they're doing. Especially Johann. Although he doesn't want to touch Johann's mind even with a 10-foot pole, he is too cautious to let Johann be at his own devices. Sincerely, Hector wants to have minimum contact with him. He will not underestimate Johann's ability to get under people's skin. Now is time for the good part. Time to become better. Hector says before extending his hand to Euvigen's head. He remembers reading about Euvigen wanting to have a punch as strong as a nuclear bomb. This type of guy who pursues strength is easy to understand and to please. The bond relationship with Euvigen is already 3. After distributing the adequate powers to his new summons, Hector dismisses everyone. Except you, Erwin. Your world is too much backward, you need some personal guidance. Follow me. Hector says, the rest, just follow the bots to your rooms. There are some things like money, tech devices, and others things to help you guys. Unfortunately, till the serum is completed, Hector can't give all the powers that he wants. Personally, he wants everyone at least Spider-Man strong with a great healing factor, and then with adequate powers depending on the summon's capabilities and talents. Armstrong, later I will call for you. I want to study your nanomachines. Hector says to the muscly man. You're the boss. Armstrong gives a salute and a nod. His smile never changing. What a friendly fella to a final boss. Follow me, Erwin. We have so little time, he says before leading the way. Helena POV passing through the portal, I am finally home. I mean, Hector's home. Mine is another that I will need to move today. But I think I will always consider Hector's house my home. Walking through the room in Isabella's Infinity Castle power or whatever, I reach the door to the house. Putting the password, and then putting my digits and retinue, I finally have access to the real house. Paranoid. Typical Batman. It appears that Isabella can make a room that connects 2 places not very far. So using a room as a medium is possible to connect my and Shago's house to this place. So as Hector says, is not like we won't see each other more often. I'm just a portal away. Groaning and putting my bags down, I relax. Okay, that's a relaxing trip, but it's always good to come back. Coming downstairs, I hear Isabella finally arrive behind me, but I don't care. Going to the living room, I see Hector in his chair. Oh, you two are back already? Welcome. He says, smiling. You girls look beautiful, by the way. And I thought that it is impossible already. He adds. Shago will love hearing this. I say, new pet. I ask, seeing that he is holding a turtle in his lap. The turtle has a gap on his shell in the format of a key. Knowing Hector and Cathelhu, this can't be a normal turtle. Yes, meet Gamera. I could name him, I'm surprised, you know? He says. I don't understand the last part, but it appears that he named the turtle after that monster that fights Godzilla. Where is Shago? He asks. I notice something. There's a board game on the table in his front and there's another chair. A visit? No, impossible. A new companion. She is a little late because she annoyed Isabella. So Isabella is not transporting her heavy bags from her. I leave with a smile. Annoyed Isabella? How? Hector asks, confused. She loudly declares in a certain shop. Look, Isabella, this is so you, while showing a very skimpy French-made outfit. Everyone in the shop started looking at Isabella strangely after that. Hector laughs out loud. Huh, yeah, I think she deserved it. That clothes have less fabric than napkins. Isabella said at my side. At this moment a woman, a teenager, appears from the kitchen holding a trail with 2 cups. She has purple hair and eyes, and Asian features. So I was right. I look at her and wait for Hector to introduce us. Meet Busujima Siko. Siko, meet Helena and Isabella. Our new companion, just like you two. We are playing shogi before you guys arrived. Hector says. The teenager, Busujima, put down the trail that contained tea and give us a bow. A pleasure to meet you too. Hector-san talked a lot about you all. She says politely. Likewise. I say, and Isabella bows too. I'm still observing her carefully. It's not because I trust Hector now that I will trust everyone that he brings with his power. So you are really bringing other people, huh? Any interesting new power too? I ask. Well, I can do this now. Hector says while opening his arm like a cyborg, showing a high-tech weapon underneath it. Sanuvabich. I knew that you were too perfect to be real. So you are a fucking robot. And this is Shago arriving like Shago. She is holding many bags that she just drops on the ground. Where can I order some more of you? I want 20. She says as she approaches Hector. Welcome back, Shago. And no, I'm not a robot. This is just a technorganic power if you want to know. Hector calmly explains, and you can't handle 20 of me. You can't even handle 1 of me. Hector says, smirking and raising 1 eyebrow. 1 a bet. Shago says, sitting on Hector's lap like is the most natural thing in the world. Hector remains unaffected as always. And who the fuck are you? Shago says, hostilely turning to Busujima while still sitting on Hector's thighs. She even reclines herself on him, making him his chair. Shameless cougar. Nice to meet you. You must be Shago-san. Hector talked a lot about you. My name is Busujima Siko. Busujima says politely and bows again. Oh, talked? Talked what exactly? She asks, turning her face to look at Hector, her face very close to his face and neck. He said that you're a precious companion and friend. Busujima says, smiling. Oh, he said that? But he said that I'm only a friend? In truth, we are more than that. Shago lies easily. You're smelling good. New perfume? Shago asks abruptly while she goes even closer, sniffing Hector's neck. Hector gets serious. Are you feeling something strange? He asks. No, why? Shago asks. Hector hesitates for a second before answering. I received a new power package. And one of the side effects is pheromones that make me irresistible to the female gender. Hector says, making quotation marks with his fingers, I'm suppressing them, but it appears that is not enough. He finished a little unsure. I'm glad that he comes clean with us. I like Hector's honesty and sincerely, I've seen worst powers that make me much more uncomfortable. Like X-ray vision and telepathy. But I was never worried that Superman would check out my titties. In the end, it's all about the user. Asterisk sniff asterisk no. I'm not feeling any irresistible urge. You just smell good, Shago says after checking. I'm glad. This power is more trouble than it is worth. Hector sighs. And your guys don't look as disgusted as I expect with my reveal. He said, looking at me. I've seen worse. I say, simply shrugging my shoulders. Wait, I'm feeling something. Shago says, suddenly making Hector's face look serious. But, I'm all hot and bothered. Hector, you need to take responsibility. She says, moaning and panting while she turns to mount him. You're lying, I can tell, Hector says simply before phasing through Shago, letting her fall face first on the chair. So, is just your normal horniness. I think there's no cure for that, unfortunately. I say, and Shago gives me the middle finger. Tieske. I shouldn't have said the truth so early. Shago pouts. Yeah, a mistake on her part. But she probably felt that Hector is bothered by this whole pheromones thing and she wants to assure him. In the end, she cares about him too, is not just her horniness. And You're Mr. She points at Hector. You promised that I would be present the next time that you would bring people here. I bet that there are other women too. You lecher, I have seen through your harem plan already. She says accusingly. Well, first of all, most people are male this time. And I decided at the moment to bring them now to take advantage of the momentary chaos on New York. He says, shrugging. And you don't want to meet the rest anyway. Except for Edna, that you will meet later. Why not? I ask. Hector doesn't respond, but I hear a ping coming from my smartphone. I sent the information about them to you guys. He does not even touch his smartphone. New power too? I look at the info or our new friends. Euvigen. Crimes, mass murder, assault, cannibalism and theft. I read out loud and then look at Hector. Johann Liebert. What if? Why is this guy not dead again? I ask Hector with a little of heat in my voice. He shrugs his shoulder. As I say, I don't choose who I can bring. But you can choose to bring him or not. Yes, and I bring him because he is useful, he interrupts before I continue. And expendable. Relax, Helena. He is in the palm of my hand and will never escape. You share my philosophy that is impossible to eradicate crime on Earth. So he is useful to control crime. Bring back that old school mafia that has boundaries and limits. But this guy. I start. If he steps out of line, I will kill him. Hector interrupts me again and I swallow the words I was about to say. Hector is dead cold serious now. His eyes were sharp and his tone of voice leaves no room to the discussion. I have no attachment to Johann. He is not like your guys. I will not hesitate to separate his head from his shoulders if he does something against my orders. And I've already left strict orders of what he can't do. Hector says it with finality and there's nothing more I can say. He can do that too. I almost forgot because Hector is nice to us, but he can end us at any time. It's a sobering revelation, but I have no reason to think that he will use his control over me to do something bad. He hasn't done anything so far. Okay, I trust you. I say, thank you. He smiles. By the way, these profiles. You have one from us too. Shago asks while skimming through the new people's information. No, there's no need. I will only do this to the new people now. So you know who you're dealing with. The three of you are a little special for being the first ones. I'm special. Shago smiles before throwing herself at Hector again. I can only roll my eyes at her antics. You're scaring the newbie. Asterisk sniff asterisk, they grow up so fast. Hector fake cries while he sees us off. From now on we will no longer live together. Look at your guys, already moving out. He continues. I can only roll my eyes to him. I don't know, but he looks more funny. Maybe he's finally being himself with us. Like me, I think he is very cautious of us in the beginning and now he is lowering his almost impregnable guard. Oh, acting like a parent? Do you want me to call you Daddy too? Shago says, catching him off guard. Better not, he answers. Oh, so at some point dash, and then they start their thing. They're back and forth. Get a room already, you two. You are already moving out too? I ask the Japanese girl. Yes, I have school. She answers. Sucks to be you. Shago says. Remember to use the special cell phone or the Palantir to call Siko-san. Hector says. We finally said goodbye. Now we won't see each other that often. That is what I'm thinking. Third person POV. Next day. Hector comes home after another boring day in school. When he arrives in the living room, he sighs. I know I said you guys could visit at any time, but isn't it a little too soon? He asks Shago, who is lying on her stomach on the couch while she uses her smartphone. What? I'm a guest now. Treat me better. You're a horrible host. Geez. She says simply. I thought that you guys would enjoy your new freedom. Helena emerges from the kitchen and speaks. We are bored. Hector can only sigh. You guys know that Hector can't know Shago and Helena, right? He asks while sitting in his chair. Yeah. We used the portal. We are not coming here from the front door. Shago answers. What are you watching? Helena asks Shago. A tutorial on how to make Idolin's hairstyle. Yeah, there are many people with goatees nowadays because of Stark. Helena speaks. People already start copying the heroes. Celebrity worship is sick enough. Now that there are literal superheroes, things can go very crazy. Hector says, remembering some weird shit that he saw about himself on the internet. Like a goth woman who tattooed Idolin personal hole above her ass. He doesn't know if he should feel flattered or freaked out. Yeah, check this out. Shago says before starting reading something. Thor trembles when he looks at women now, his throat dry and his muscles tense. And he only finds solace in Idolin arms. The trauma of the battle in New York changed the Thunder God forever. He doesn't trust people of the opposite gender anymore. Only the one that released him of the clutches of the evil which could reach his heart. Shago tries to continue, but then she starts laughing uncontrollably while clutching her stomach. But what the actual fuck is this abomination? Hector asks with his mouth agape. It's a fanfic. Ha, Shago answers while laughing. Love, thunder and power. The love story about a broken god that now has a phobia of women and the mutant outcast. They find solace in each other's arms. Ha, Shago is out of breath now. Oh God, I'm gonna die from laughing. That's it. I've seen enough. I'm destroying humanity now. There's no hope. This is my villain origin backstory. Hector says, still shocked. He is seriously thinking of joining forces with Ultron now. Ha, this is nothing. Wait for the fan arts to appear. Helena says with a distant look and a frown on her lips. They're already fan arts too. Shago says suddenly before she starts to type in her smartphone. Look at this. She says, showing the screen. Me and Cap? Hector says disgustedly. There are some interesting ones too. Look. Shago shows another. But now is from her and Hector. It looks like the theme is Beatism, because Lady Jade is on her knees choking in Idolin's dick while mascara runs through her face. Idolin is holding her by a leash and Lady Jade's hands are tied behind her back. Hector can only facepalm. So it begins. The price of fame, I guess. Helena says, looking at the drawing. Is this that common in your former world? Shago asks, yeah. There's a superheroine that has it worse. Power Girl. Helena says, remembering her past life. Well, dressing in a one-piece swimsuit with a boob widow attracts the wrong type of attention. Hector says next. Yeah. I never understood her choice of clothing. Helena says. Looks who is talking. You left your abs bare to the world. Shago accuses Helena. Excuse me, is not everyone that can use unstable molecule fabric to their clothes. Do you know how hot is using my former suit? If I need to let some part bare to breathe, much better being my stomach. Helen defends herself. Fair enough, Shago shrugs. Master Hector, I would like to ask to not make a public appearance. Never. Isabella adds with a strange face. Hector can only sigh. Yes, Isabella. Relax, I will not force you to do anything. Damn, there's really a lot of superhero porn already. Shago says while scrolling through her smartphone. Look at this. She shows them. Hector's facepalm again. Why me and Susan Storm? We have exactly one interaction with each other. He asks after seeing a blonde woman using the Fantastic Four costume while bouncing on a guy using his own suit. Who knows? There's some drawing of me and Hulk, and I bet that is just because we are both green. Shago says. Now I don't know what is worst. Porn parodies about me or the girls. I never thought that I would say this, but fuck you, Rule 34 Hector thinks. And why Alexis Texas is Susan Storm? Hector asks, murmurs to himself. And he realized that is the wrong thing to say just after the words left his mouth. Everyone starts staring at him. Shago. Helen. Isabella. I mean, the cough, who is this lady so proficient in the ways of human reproduction? He asks with a robotic voice. Shago only narrow her eyes to him. You're surprisingly nice to the invisible woman that day, she says. What? Do you want me to punch her for just blocking my path? Chill. Hector defends himself. I've seen your mother's pictures by the house. She continues. And? Hector asks before taking a sip of his drink, blonde with blue eyes. Did you have an Oedipus complex? He spats on the floor, but stops the liquid telekinethically and cleans everything. Hell no. Gross. Hey, just asking. Nope. Well, theoretically everyone has a little of the Oedipus complex because their father and mother are the basis of the ideal person from the opposite gender. But no, I don't have an Oedipus complex. And the fact that Susan Storm looks a little like my mother means nothing to me. Hector starts before answering calmly. Ugh, now you destroyed my chances with her with an Emma Frost. And Carol Danvers. Hector shudders while retreating to his room. The three girls look at each other. Shago smile. Smart. Helena compliments. There's too much competition. Shago answers. But who are the other two? I need to check. So many rivals, Shago says before going out to check on Hector's database. Japan, this is the new transfer student. Please, present yourself to the class. The teacher says to Siko. Mine May is Busujima Siko. Please take good care of me. Siko gives a deep bow. Her beautiful appearance of her attracts the attention of the boys and some girls. The other girls are jealous and hostile toward her already. Right now she has black hair and eyes, thanks to the little pendant that Hector has given to her. Funnily enough, she thinks it's strange that everyone has black hair. To her, the great variety of colors is the norm. Hector's instructions are just to live and inform him of anything strange. As a coincidence, a girl called Hisaki Ichiko is in the same class as Siko. New York Police Department, this is... Captain George Stacy asks Officer Mahoney, Captain. This is the new guy Owen Smith. The officer says passing some papers to the captain. Checking the papers, George Stacy can see that Erwin Smith has high qualifications, passing with flying colors in the academy. Is only natural. In the world of Attack on Titan, Erwin only loses to Armin in intelligence. With a high IQ is easy to Hector customize a good background for Erwin. You're German? George Stacy asks, looking at the 6 feet 2 inches blonde man. Naturalized American, Captain. Erwin gives a salute. I see. Your help will be appreciated, Smith. But New York is going through rough times. Are you sure that you are fit to the job? The captain asks. I will do my best, Erwin replies confidently. Is a good beginning. Welcome to the New York Police Force. The two shake hands. Thank you, sir. I will not disappoint. Senator Stern looks at his new assistant. He is a huge man full of muscle. What's your name again? Stephen Armstrong, sir. A pleasure to work for you. Armstrong says amicably, going for a handshake. He holds Senator Stern with his 2 hands, bows a little, and smiles. You're huge. The senator comments. I was a quarterback in college. But after an injury, I devoted myself more to my studies. But I still have a healthy body. Armstrong answers with an easy smile. I've seen your qualifications. Impressive. Hope that you can do good work. The world is a mess with all these superhumans that don't respect our laws appearing. I wholeheartedly agree. No one is above our nation and our laws, sir. Armstrong replies with a smile, I see what you try to do about Stark. Too bad people are riding high in his popularity and don't see the danger in letting one person monopolize that technology. Exactly. And I'm the bad guy? To try to bring our nation above others? Stern says pleased that someone understands him. When you make the mother of all omelets, you can't fret over every egg. Armstrong shakes his head with a smile. So what, that you're confiscating his weapon? Would not be the same if someone make a nuclear bomb. Yes. Senator Stern looks at Armstrong again. I think I can use someone with your talents and vision, Armstrong. I am honored, sir. Armstrong replies with a friendly smile. Saul Goodman is feeling good. In the beginning, he was with cold feet about this whole superpowered people ordeal. But he is an adaptable man. His last life is not an overly pleasant one. Rarely does someone like him. Everyone thinks that he is an asshole. It bothered him until he realized that he's good at being an asshole, so he embraced this new way of living. And now, someone wants him exactly because he is an asshole. He is hopeful about his new employer. He is younger now, smarter, full of energy, and he even has a shadow of a six-pack underneath his suit. Life is good, but it can be better. Now he has the chance to restart from zero. With his experience, it will be a breeze. It sucks to lose his fame and reputation, is after all one of the most important things to a lawyer, but he can work things out. His new job as a public defender will jumpstart his career. He opens the interrogatory room abruptly. Oh, please step away from my client, officer. Congratulations, Mr. Brown, your savior is here. He says flamboyantly. His job is simple. According to Hector, many criminals have just received an bad hand from the world. Obvious thing, by the way. Not everyone is a criminal by option. So Saul will help these poor souls to have better lives. Now, about the other not-so-much poor souls. The real motherfuckers. When Saul releases them, he will give his new boss a call. And a certain black-clad hero will catch the criminals again. Is infinity money, baby, let's rock the system. Saul thinks. In an apartment in Hell's Kitchen, a man is trembling after having shot his girlfriend. His mouth is agape and his eyes are wide. His hands lose their strength and he releases his gun. In a dark corner of the room, Johann Liebert observes the view from the widow, without caring about the tragic scene that he himself is responsible for. Walking a little in the dangerous parts of the city, Johann is mugged. The unlucky robber has no chance. After being defeated and having a little talk with Johann, somehow the man ended up killing his own girl. HW? Johann played with his insecurities. How Johann knows the mugger's insecurities? Well, Hector gave fucking Johann Liebert telepathy. Nothing strong, just a beta-level telepathy. Capable of read minds and seeing some memories. Hector is a little curious about how much damage Johann can do to the criminals with his new power. Johann is a mad dog. Hector wants him to bite other people. That is the best use of his talents. If one day Johann bites Hector's hand, there will be no more Johann. It's okay, Jamal, she deserves it. Johann's soft voice addresses the young criminal. Jamal had a beautiful girlfriend. A little above his league, and this is the source of his insecurity. Seeing Jamal's memories, Johann saw how jealous he is of his girlfriend and one of his better-looking homies. A homie that is always very funny when Jamal's girlfriend is present. And she is always laughing with him. After a friendly talk with Johann, Jamal snapped, and this is the result. Let's search for your friend. Don't worry, I will help you. Johann puts his hand on Jamal's shoulder. Jamal is a small criminal, but he killed an old couple some months ago. So he is within the limits of what Hector allows. His girlfriend is an accomplice of his criminal activities too. Hiding drugs, money and guns in her apartment from her. And funny enough, the girlfriend is really cheating on Jamal with his friend. But before we go, Jamal, why don't you present me to you, boss? Is it true that he has connections with the Kingpin? I always thought that the Kingpin is an urban legend. Johann saying, smiling. So this is the place, huh? Euvigen asks with his arms crossed while he looks around the underground arena. Yes, on the surface looks just like a bunch of rich people having fun watching superpowered people fighting, but in truth, the Kingpin is using this place to recruit new henchmen. Johann answers Euvigen, like many of the rich people here, he is using a mask. Adapting, huh? Euvigen conclusions. Yes, criminal bosses are not stupid, the ones that are don't last long. How did you find this place so quickly? I asked politely some people. Johann answers, making Euvigen snort. Criminals already noticed that they can't defeat the heroes by conventional means. And heroes can't be bribed or blackmailed like a normal cop. Now, the criminal bosses, especially Kingpin, are trying to even the playfield. Many maybe are trying to do lab experiments and other means. But one of the ways is through this criminal arena. Huge rewards to the winners. With this they can acquire people without trouble. The fact that people come here is already a testament to their greed. So it should be easier to convince the fighters to work for them. You're next. Hold back a little to not scare the possible employers. But at least show that you can at least deal with Spider-Man. Johan advises. Okay, looks unbeatable but not scary enough to make these bastards piss their pants. Yes. Even better if you look like a simpleton brute that only cares about money, women, and fighting. Okay. Yuvijin nods. You've worked hard. Already accepting your place under our boss. Trying to be praised as a good boy? Yuvijin tries to provoke his colleague to measure him. I'm truly curious. Is Johan's reply. Question mark. Maybe it is because of my lacking of true feelings. But I can feel it clearly. His power changed me. Johan say, I care for him now, slightly. Is a novelty. Well, that's good? I think. Yuvijin asks unsure. Yes. Johan gives a sick smile. I ask myself how I will feel if he dies. Exclamation point. Did I will despair? Broken tears? I'm very curious to feel this. I almost want to make this happen. But something deep in me prevents this. I think if I do this will not have the desired effect. Will be meaningless. Will be such a shame to lose this chance. This is such a good opportunity to feel firsthand what everyone feels in their darkest moments. To finally understand how deep is the abyss of despair. On a side, I want him to succeed in everything and share his joy. But in another hand, I have nothing against seeing him fail. And if I make him kill me? How will I feel? Is betrayal that painful, Yuvijin? Can I make him like me enough to make him feel bad for killing me? Can I accomplish my perfect suicide by his hands while burying him in darkness? I want to see and feel those things. I'm glad that I come here. Right now Johan has a large smile on his face. Holy shit, this guy is completely nuts. He is Hisoka level of nutcase. Even myself felt a shiver hearing this bastard talk nonsense. Zeta Space Station, you need to have control over every fiber of your body, Rob Lucci advised with his arms crossed. Hector is training the Rokushiki. In truth, is not hard for him. He already has very good control of his body and he passes the physical requirements. Hector becomes rigid, his body like a rock. At high levels, these must become useful. Like their advanced techniques of Rokushiki, like a long-ranged Shingon, Hector likes to gain powers. And even better if is from different sources. As an example, Hector can teleport. And he has many ways to do it. But he wants to be able to do this in every way. Magically, technologically, by his own power, with an innate power of some race on the future. If someone blocks Hector's magical powers, he can use them from other sources. And so on. Hector doesn't want to have a weakness to be explored or a blind spot. Normally this would be a pipe dream for anyone. People have limited time and talent. But not him. His true potential is that eventually he will be good at everything. He just needs time. But now with his own efforts, he can shorten this time. Now is Kami. This is the body of a god. Edna Mode exclaims dramatically while analyzing Hector's physique. He is only in his boxers right now. Crunch crunch asterisk, did you guys mind? Hector says exasperated to Helena and Shago that is observing him with great attention while eating, like a show. No, we don't mind. Shago says, did you mind Helena? Not me, you can continue. Hector can only sigh to their hums of appreciation. I will see your girls too, wait for it. What do you want to your suit, darling? The diminutive woman with a bob cut, that looks much younger now asks. Well, I like black and white. My body can change, and the UMF is already good. I just want a better design, Hector answers. Your old suit looks like have been designed by an 5-year-old child with a crayon. Edna says dismissively, Hey! But this cape has to go. I will not allow you to use this abomination. She says, turning her face to the side with a harumph. We talked about this. My mantle can be detached easily. Will not be a problem. And it's good to hide things. Hector says placatingly, Humph. I will not make you a new one then. You need to go out looking like an emo Hogwarts student. Is okay, I just want a new design from my suit. This is an insult to my skills. But okay. I will make better white lines, will accentuate your muscles. Edna starts to say excitedly, Your muscles will make all other men's testosterone levels drop down by your sheer presence alone. Women will want to have your superior babies. Edna gets excited and points to the sky with a smile full of teeth. By the way, it's possible to disguise, the volume on my crotch. Hector interrupts her little embarrassed. Ooh. Edna slowly turns around, but this is one of the things that I would accentuate. You need to flaunt your superiority to everyone know who is the alpha in the precinct. Sigma, Hector jokingly thinks. But it's okay, darling, there are ways to make that your penis won't arrive in places before you. Edna says, rolling her eyes. Now is time for you too. Purple girl. No capes. Hey. Why did your suit look like a cubist painting? I like her, Hector thinks after taking everyone measures and preferences. Edna says goodbye. She has a house in Paris, and thanks to the background card Hector was able to bring all her technology with her. Now darling, it's time to rock the fashion world. Bye-bye. She says while she walks through the portal. Thanks Edna, you're awesome. Hector says goodbye. Tell me something that I don't know, darling. Hello there. Everyone is good? Now is the time to the author notes. I will say some important things now. And answer some FAQ. First, the MC's appearance. You guys know that Hector previously is a skinny nerd 6 out of 10. Now, after assimilating this last batch, is safe to say that he achieved the absolute 10 out of 10. He is as handsome as humanly possible. Without God of BD, Incubus bloodline and other bullshit that he will not gain for now. The appearance, like money and intelligence, is a great thing that make life easier. Hector knows this and he will use this. But he needs to hide his identity. Is too little time to become so beautiful. So, I will describe high appearance with images as a reference. Hector as Eidolon will let himself go. He is 6 feet 4 inches. Foot as a reference cap is 6 feet 2 inches. Feet and Thor is 6 feet 6 inches. Foot he will grow even more probably. He only 16 after all. As Eidolon, because of his half mask, any youthfulness of his face is hidden. So people think that he is his early 20s. High only change his hair to white and make it long to make Aaron's man bun. His eyes change colors constantly, but generally is that brilliant purple of royal titans. As a civilian, Hector will settle for being 6 feet. He looks skinnier than his Eidolon counterpart. He uses large clothes, glasses and lets his black hair fall on his face. He almost always with a bored expression. There's a difference between Hector's and Eidolon's posture too. One walks with his puffed chest, confidently, and his presence alone can suffocate someone. Hector on the other hand will not receive a double take if someone passes by him on the street. But people are not stupid. Girls can look at Hector and see, oh, he is cute. He would look better if he takes care of himself. Woman has attention to detail. Hector looks a little unremarkable at first glance. Recently I see Record of Ragnarok and oh, you can imagine Hector like Beelzebub. Just with glasses. Now to the questions. About his powers. Someone asked if he copied Shinso quirk in BNHA. During that bank robbery scene. You guys can consider tot every quirk that appears in BNH. Hector has a copy too. But Hector will not use his villainous quirks to do hero work. By the way, recently has been revealed the second user quirk. Thanks I don't invent some bullshit. Is an OP quirk but it need to charge. So you consider this the reason that Hector don't use it against Thor. This quirk an FA gene. Hector's cyborg body against Magneto. Dudes, he can change between normal, flesh and bones, and cyborg body anytime. He can even use Inuyashiki powers without turning himself into a cyborg, but will be weaker. As a comparison, if Hector assimilates a dragon, his flame breath would be weaker in human form. Now let's show you guys something funny. In my last chapter, I wrote this phrase. Whatever. I shrug my shoulders. I don't need to treat these guys like I treat Shago and the others. Context, Hector is talking about the evil summons. And someone comment this. Are you a misandrist or a misogynist because this statement encapsulates both variances of hate speech? I have flagged the author and story based upon the hate speech written. The actual, fuck. Haha to make myself clear. No one can treat everyone equally. I emphasize 2 times in this chapter that Hector will treat his summons with equity. He doesn't care about gender, race, religion. He cares about the character's past actions. He will treat them based in this, sorry, dear reader. But if you saw misogyny in this statement, maybe the problem is in your eyes. You're the one seeing hate where there's none. I'm not even religious, but God bless you and seeks for help. Touch grass or something. Get off Twitter. Not everything is about race and gender, okay? Now at last. In the chapter that the world reacted, we saw Magneto and the Professor reaction. Some people are surprised about how chill they are. Are you guys not sick of Magneto as a crazy irrational supremacist in most of fanfics and the Professor as a mind rapist Dumbledore? Maybe they're not that bad. People has layers, you know? Let's analyze Xavier. He messed up with the Phoenix. But he is a handicapped man that meets a multiversal threat. He doesn't know how to deal with deal. He is afraid. He himself thinks that he needs to shoulder this responsibility. He doesn't know that he is making a time bomb. He has no prior knowledge. He is a man that his only way to be safe from people is his telepathy. And then he meets something above his comprehension that throws all his efforts in the trash. Understandable that he is afraid. Well, it's don't excuse him. But he is not a villain. Just a little unlikable. And Magneto. Fun fact. Did you guys know that in the Secret Wars, the saga where the Beyonder wants to understand good and evil and put heroes and villain to fight, he puts Magneto on the side of the heroes. He thinks that Magneto is a hero. Fanfics. To create a conflict is easier making Magneto a guy who wants to crazily recruit someone by force. Forcing his way of thinking. A very hateable trait to anyone. But I like Magneto. Principally in the movies. To Magneto, Eidolon is a strong mutant that can defend himself, so he is not worried about him. He thinks Eidolon will eventually fail and see for himself that there's no way of coexistence with humans. And someone asked how he knows that Eidolon wants to make a middle ground between Magneto and Xavier ideologies. Well, Hector doesn't hide this from Jean and Jean doesn't hide this in the Institute. And you guys think that Magneto doesn't have some spy there? Well, about Magneto, I like A Song of Ice and Fire, you know? Rarely are there truly evil guys there. There are people with certain motivations. If we understand them, we can break down their personalities and see that they're not a villain per se. Sometimes only broken or misled people. Like Jamie. Everyone hated him in the beginning, I bet. I don't want these characters to be one-dimensional like most fanfic. Things are not that simple. I want to do justice to their amazing characters. And despite that, conflicts happen, with good versus good, very common in the comics now. Evil versus evil. Not only good versus evil. Let's see how Eidolon and Magneto's meeting will be. And well, Hector can't have a bad relationship with his future father-in-law. Bye-bye. Till next time. Stay good. Socialize? But I'm an introvert. Disclaimer. I own nothing. This history have no interest in offend any party, having the sole objective of only entertain the readers. Enjoy. When you're born that big an a-hole, at least you can do is have a little empathy. Wasbrick? Anthony Stark POV. While trying to synchronize the neuron link with the newest armor prototype, I asked the annoyed face of Rhodes on the screen. Tell me again why you didn't fight with us against the invasion? I already know the why, but it's my responsibility as a friend to rub salt in the wound. Asterisk sigh asterisk. My superiors have decided that in the case of defeat, we couldn't lose all valuable personnel. And then they changed my password to the hangar where the armor was stationed and put me on house arrest. Rhodes explains. His face is all I need to see to know how pissed is with this whole thing. Basically, in the case of my eventual death, that will be most likely if we consider that they nuked the city. They don't want to lose my tech. So they confiscate your toy and grounded you? I ask sarcastically. Tell your mommy, the military, that daddy here give you that toy and she can't take it like that. He sighs again and says, at least they give it back, and now I'm putting people that I trust to guard the armor. Yeah. You learned from your mistakes. I say while noticing that the prototype is not responding to the commands. Too bad you lose the chance to be part of the cool club. I turn to him, lifting my shoulders. Now when you appear you will always be my sidekick, Armor Boy. This is not important. And is Iron Patriot now? He says exasperated. Anyway, I called to ask how are you, Tony? Rhodes says, looking at me seriously, and I pause. Well, I'm a multi-billionaire, the smartest man alive, an international superhero, something that you are not, and the most famous person on Earth. I'm very good, thank you for asking. I answer dismissively. Isn't Reed the smartest man alive? He only has more feats. He has no other feats to speak for. I answer quickly. And the most famous people are Captain America, Thor, and Eidolon. He continues, they're just the novelty. They've appeared now and will be quickly forgotten. I roll my eyes. This guy looks like a dog with a bone. I decide to change the subject. I'm working on a way to remotely control my armor. This will allow me to bring it to me at any time, any place. When I finish, bring yours here, I will change it too. This way, you will never be grounded again. I say. He looks at me and nods. Now I'm busy, bye. I don't wait for him to say anything else and end the call. Reclining in my chair, I take a deep breath. I close my eyes, trying to relax. But it's useless, and for an instant, I'm not on my tower anymore. For an instant I'm on a battlefield, battered, armorless, and powerless, the bodies of my fellow heroes scattered around, unmoving and lifeless. New York. I'm suffocating, my legs weak, the world spinning. Why, Tony. With a scare and a gasp for air, I return to reality. I'm back at my lab in Stark Tower. Nothing changed, but the overwhelming feeling of helplessness and despair continues to weigh on my chest. Tony, are you all right? I look at my side and see Pepper looking at me worriedly. Here we go again to another nagging talk. You scared me, I was resting. I lie. I called you plenty of times. Has even warned you that I arrived and you just stood there. And you were shaking. She says, checking on me. Just my body trying to find a good position to sleep. Sleeping 30 minutes now and then 30 minutes in 4 hours is not really sleeping, Tony. She says, starting to get mad. Ugh. How do I explain this to her? She will not understand my worries, and I also don't want to worry her too much. She already has enough on her plate taking care of the Stark industry. I need to work on my armors. I need to be ready next time. And isn't that a terrifying thought? Next time? There will be a next time. I know it. I can feel it. I always thought that I could easily solve most of the problems of the world if I put a little effort into them. I just never cared before. I will be the first to admit that I'm a little of an arrogant guy, but I don't think it is unfounded. I'm smarter than most, richer than most handsome than most. So is not an exaggeration to say that I'm in the top 1% of the world, right? So I was very pleased with myself. Well, till I received my first wake-up call when I was kidnapped by terrorists. At that moment I felt my mortality. But at that time, I was not very worried about my life. I was more worried about my legacy, maybe. The lives that I destroyed while getting rich. I never cared to think about that. Meeting Insun changed that. So I decided to prove to myself and to the world that I can do good too. First, going to destroy all my weapons in the hands of terrorists, the more direct approach. And then change Stark Industries to something better, out of the weapons business, the slow approach. I thought that I'm finally on the right path. That I'm finally making the world a better place. Found my call. My reason to be alive. See? Tony Stark can do it if he wants. I even boldly declared that I had privatized world peace. And damn, I was wrong. Very wrong. My silence is urging Pepper to continue her nagging. But before she can go on, one of the hollow screens shows something interesting. Yesterday night, Eidolon saved 8 people from a building in flames. The fire department declares that his efforts and his efficiency are praiseworthy. Now, stay with the footage. The news anchor speaks before the screen shows another scene. By the shaking of the video, the footage was probably taken by a civilian with a phone. There's a 5-story building being engulfed in flames from the ground floor to the top. Looks pretty bad. Even firefighters are having a hard time getting in. And then he arrives. Well, the person filming didn't capture Eidolon's arrival. It's night, and he wears black. But everyone felt the air trembling, the sonic boom, his "I'm here" that reaches everyone's ears even if he is not shouting. He just fucking drops from the sky directly onto the roof of the building. There is no noise of destruction, so he must have become intangible. His entrance, for some reason, makes a sound of him landing inside the building maybe. Not a second passed before he arrived and a gust of wind extinguished the flames and then expelled all the smoke from the building. Like is being controlled, and probably is, the smoke goes to the sky spiraling and dispersing. Sometime later, people start emerging from the entrance, and Eidolon phases through the wall carrying 3 people. Slowly he descends to the ground and people just make their way to him. Everyone is silent, even myself, and I'm just watching through the screen. Just a few seconds is all he needs to solve a crisis like that. Can I deal with something like that? Absolutely. But he's just too fast and efficient. The footage doesn't stop. It is possible to see Eidolon lowering a woman to the ground. People came out of his stupor and started cheering. She inhaled too much smoke. Eidolon's voice echoes as he looks at the woman on the ground. A man who is probably her husband approaches her quickly and worriedly. This will be unpleasant, Eidolon says and extends his hand. His hand remains a little above the woman's torso and he makes a pull motion. Black smoke starts flowing from the woman's mouth and nose. And she starts to cough violently. Eidolon turns her around quickly and lets her cough on the ground as he pats her on the back. Her face is full of tears and snot, but she is alive. Damn. I can't help but says, did that guy have a solution to everything? I thought that I'm a prepared guy. What convenient range of powers he has. I know, right? Pepper says at my side, eyes glued to the screen. I'm a big fan. She adds, well, that's new. Hey, why are you not my fan too? I ask with fake outrage. She rolls her eyes and answers. You know the thing about never meet your heroes? Yeah, whatever good image you have out there, it was destroyed for me a long time ago. Fair enough, I can concede on that. To me, Eidolon is another wake-up call. There are people like that hidden on Earth. I remember Fury saying how I'm not the only superhero in the world. And there's a bigger universe out there. But the Hulk I can understand. Gamma radiation, an unwilling monster. Created in a laboratory. Thor is a shocker too. A literal god. In flesh. But I shrug it off later. A little fight and a talk with the guy show that he is like us. Just more powerful. But Eidolon, I don't know, there is something scary about him. I know of Magneto and other mutants, or metashumans now. They exist for a long time. But at the same time, it looks so distant. Like they live in another reality. I've never seen a mutant metahuman in person before. Whatever, I have some understanding of Thor. A god from another civilization, with no interest in doing something bad to Earth. Hulk is dangerous, but I and Bruce are working on a way to take care of the big guy. The big guy is manageable. But I and everyone else in the world know nothing about Eidolon. He is not in Fury's database. He just pops out of thin air. If the invasion hadn't happened, the world would still be clueless about his existence. Hell, how many other meta are hidden out there? A terrorist that is literally my weakness is already bad enough. Well, although I don't like it, it's not that bad. The guy has done nothing to warrant of suspicion. He helped a lot. Is at the same time good and comforting knowing that he has my back. He is someone that I would call to a party. What is this folder titled, Eidolon? I hear Pepper asking while she's already clicking on that folder without waiting for my response. When she presses the hollow table, many more hollow screens appear in the air, showing footage of Eidolon in action. Oh, so you're a fan too? She asks teasing. Sort of. I shrug. What, it's expected. After all, he saved your life. She says while rewatching Eidolon and Thor fight. Well, technically, Reed messed up in not taking into account the time needed to stabilize our atmosphere with the vacuum of space in closing the portal. So I would escape anyway. I say, but deep down I'm grateful for Eidolon's help. But I can't admit it, I have an image to maintain. Is that so? She looks at me unimpressed. And about shielding you and all of New York from the bomb? She asks, pointing to the screen where the enlarged captain's shield is blocking the closing portal. I have to admit that's cool as hell. It appears that he has a similar power to the effects of the Pym particles. And isn't that a stab at Hank's professional pride? I wonder how his power works. Did he transform energy into matter? Increasing the proportion of the object that he touches? Well, I'm the one that put the nuke on the portal. Did you miss that part? I ask, making her roll her eyes. Yeah, you're my hero, Tony. Just rest some point. Damn. She starts before interrupting herself after noticing another screen. That one. This is one of those that really made me aware of the guy. A tsunami in Indonesia. Last week. The big wave is approaching the coast and then a black object collides with the thing at hypersonic speed, making the wave explode. Even the water that starts pouring from the sky is blocked by a transparent shield. These displays of power are what is pushing me forward to improve my tech. Him fighting against Thor is impressive, but we have no comparison to make. He and Thor looked unfazed while fighting, like everything is a light spar. But seeing the guy punching a tsunami, I noticed that Thor must have held himself back tremendously in our little misunderstanding at the beginning of the whole thing. When he wants to take Loki immediately and we blocked his path. In hindsight, we should have let him take the bastard away. Yeah, wow. You should be happy to know that early today he moved a ship that was blocking the Panama Canal. So the things that you bought on the internet must arrive on time. I say, my hero. Yeah, he just moved a ship weighing 200,000 tons. Just another normal day here with the supers. I say like is no big deal and watch Pepper's eyes widen. That's the reaction that I need would come. I'm happy to know that I'm not the only one shocked by what that guy can do. Really wow. She says, one more reason that you can rest. You're not alone on this, Tony. Whatever save the world with Avengers thingy. There's no need for you to carry the world on your shoulders. She says, and I do not need to answer because her phone beeps. Well, that's all of my break. I need to go back. She says, moving towards the door. Seriously, rest. If not, I will call Phil to tase you. His name is Agent, I shout to her, disappearing back. I can't rest. It's only a matter of time until another threat appears. I know it. There's another reason that Eidolon's appearance bothered me, deep down. I know that without him we would have lost. He is not on the plan. No one called him. If he hadn't shown up, this total unexpected variable, I almost don't want to think about that. And if another variable appears next time, but this time on the other side, I need to be prepared. Third-person POV Eidolon is in the middle of a building. Various criminals are being arrested by police officers. Eidolon usually doesn't go out of his way to invade a criminal organization and destroy its business, but this is another special case. This criminal organization works with human trafficking. Investigating the disappearances reported by Luke Cage weeks ago, Eidolon found this place. Is not what he is looking for. The place that is attacking now is just the base of the shipping of women to be prostitutes in some places in Europe. Nothing like kidnapping to make experiments or something like that. But obviously he can't let this pass. So he stopped his investigation and is destroying the organization for now. This is the fourth seed of the organization dismantled already. The last in America. The records of the criminal boss say that there's another client. This is probably who I'm looking for. But the place of the meeting changes every time. Eidolon thinks, you guys think that are so smart being cautious, but trying to be so secretive just brings attention even more, you know? He starts planning to investigate the places of the meeting and search for clues. After go and visit the rest of this organization in Europe. I'm almost going to JoJo just for moody blues, but I have my ways. While he thinks that something attracts his attention, a criminal is on the ground crying and murmuring something. Asterisk sob asterisk I didn't know, asterisk sob asterisk I thought that was just smuggling some things, asterisk sob asterisk. The criminal looks like is a little over 20 years old. Normally Eidolon would ignore this, thinking that is bullshit. But his powers tell him that the criminal is being truthful. He is not feeling bad for being caught, as is what happens with the majority of criminals. He apparently really doesn't know what he is working on. Eidolon sighs in his mind. This is not the first time that something like that happens. Would be easy for him if every thug and hooligan was 100% evil. But real life is not like that. True good people are rare, but equally rare are truly bad people. A little mental inspection shows that this criminal in particular never hurt anyone, he just stays on guard and moves some things. He is working on this whole thing for 8 months. Maybe he has a backstory, but Eidolon is nothing gonna pry on that. Seeing the criminal being not so gently helped to his feet to be handcuffed, Eidolon steps forward and says, "Hey, what's your name?" "Yay." He repeats himself after the criminal appears surprised. "See Carl?" "I'm Carl." The criminal says flustered. "I don't, please. I'm not a bad guy. But I just wasn't lucky." He says between sobs and hiccups. "Well, Carl, I believe in you." Eidolon says seriously, putting one hand on the criminal's shoulder. Carl looks up in surprise. Even the cop who is holding his wrists raises his eyebrow. "I understand very well that in life we could make mistakes, and this one mistake doesn't necessarily define us and our morals." Eidolon says, looking Carl in the eye. "So Eidolon, could why he dash? No, I can't." Eidolon interrupts, putting a bucket of cold water into the criminal flame of hope. "You have to understand, Carl." Eidolon sighs before continuing. "I can't help everyone. Many situations are out of my control. I wish I could help everyone, but it is simply not possible." Eidolon says sadly, "And if I need to choose, obviously I will put my efforts into defending the law-abiding citizen and innocent people, right? Like the girls that I just rescued today." He looks at Carl again, and this time Carl looks ashamed of himself even more. "The only person that could help you now, Carl, is yourself." Eidolon pauses. "Is that your first offense?" Eidolon asks. Carl nods. "Yes, that's the first time I'm going to jail. So maybe you will be released sooner than later, and then is in your hands to do the right choices." Eidolon sighs again. "I know that life is not easy and the world is far from an ideal place. Circumstances and temptations can make you do bad things. That is the way of the world now. But I'm going to change this, Carl. I'm working hard to make a world where the good guys win. Choose the right side next time. The winner side is no more the easier criminal life. Eidolon grasps Carl's shoulder a little more strongly. I believe in you. Sending Carl off, Eidolon hopes that his little peppy talk changed that man's life. Carl's are more common than Eidolon would like them to be. And like Eidolon said, he can't help everyone. Well, maybe he can, but would be a Herculean effort and is a trap that he already saw All Might falling for. The system is flawed, and people have different opportunities. People are not born qual, is the opening phrase of the manga Boku no Hero Academia. Hector's time there allowed him to learn some valuable lessons. If he wants, he can literally make a better world by force and drag civilization to progress kicking and screaming, but is not the right path. People need to solve these issues by themselves. He can only guide and make sure that humanity doesn't screw up too badly. Eidolon's hero activities are not just about saving people, even if this sums up 90% of his actions. Sometimes he cleans pollution. As an example, he tested the sky poison pearl purification powers in a river full of toxic waste. He didn't rid the river of the dirt but cleansed it from the rest poisonous things. One of the nice things that he learned from All Might is not just about doing flashy hero work. A true hero helps even when no one is looking. Eidolon in the shadows helps a lot too. Like his little scheme with Saul. Sending a message to Saul's phone, he passes all the information about Carl and today's case. He will make Saul work extra hard to release the guy, giving Carl his second chance. Will only depend on him after this. Giving second chances to those that deserve them, monitoring the true bastards closely. Hector is using Saul's abilities to their fullest. Now, let's crash some rings of illegal sex labor. Where again? Turkey. Eidolon thinks as he checks the documents he has seized. Soaring to the sky, he heads out to the main base of this whole criminal scheme. Eidolon generally doesn't go out of his way to do these things, but if he starts helping, he is going all the way. Somewhere in Turkey, seeing Eidolon dropping off from the sky is not a daily occurrence for these parts. The pedestrians start pointing and taking out their smartphones to record him. Eidolon ignores everything around him. He doesn't waste time and kicks the entrance of the building. His aggressive stance shows to the people nearby that he means business and not the good kind. Everyone starts to move away and some even call the police. Useless because Eidolon already contacts them. The thing about his big entrance is attracting the attention of the media because the police could be very well in the pockets of the criminals. He is gonna make a show and bring all involved to light. And in this case, exposing people's bad deeds is a job to Anonymous, Hector, another persona. He is already uploading information on the internet. We are here where early this day Eidolon dismantled a big scheme of human trafficking to sexual exploitation. Right there, you all can see the involved being apprehended and the victim being escorted to safety personally by Eidolon. The camera shifts to film Eidolon standing overseeing the police doing their job. I just received the information that the criminal activities, name of clients, and other concrete proofs have been put on the internet. Many important people have their name on the list, including politicians, celebrities, and... The reporter continues, but Eidolon is not paying attention anymore. After seeing the last criminal being put in the car, Eidolon turns to the victims. To those that have families waiting for them, please come with me. I will transport you guys personally to your homes. He says. Most parts of the victims are foreign, some are kidnapped, and others fell for the classic scam of a better life in another country. I don't remember where I come from very well. A little girl that is being hugged by an older teenager says shakily. An 11-year-old. Eidolon thinks darkly. Bending down to eye level with the girl, Eidolon says. Don't worry, I'm a very good detective. I will find your family. Come with me. Opening a portal, he waits for everyone to pass before one last look at the police officer overseeing the operation. Early, the police officers tried to prevent Eidolon from taking the victims, but he is not having any of it. The biggest patrons and customers of this whole thing are rich and influential people. He has no hope that these people will receive some big sanction. Even after releasing their information on the internet, public outrage can only go so far. Their career and public image may have been destroyed, but they will likely be let loose in no time. But Eidolon has their names now. He can always suicide them secretly. Eidolon POV 197. That's the number of victims. 20 of those are men. Ages ranging between 10 and 17. Apparently, the bastards are focused on satisfying the sick craving of pedophiles. After taking the information of everyone and searching the mind of the ones that don't have a clear memory of their home. I also use Inuyashiki powers to cleanse them from any drug effects of permanent damage. After this starts sending everyone off, it takes a huge amount of time but is worth it. After taking pictures and cataloging their information, I finally can end the day. I thought about letting the police handle the victims, but you never know if someone won't want to erase some evidence. Is too many people involved and is already a big scandal, but someone, in particular, may want to cut his connection with this criminal organization killing one of the workers. And anyone would want to reunite with their family as fast as possible. So I'm helping them. Huff, this day sucks. The results are good, but seeing the worst of humanity is always unpleasant. Let's go home too. Hector POV. Midtown High, lunch break, humming to myself as I ate my lunch. Or at least I pretend to eat my lunch. I became picky with food after acquiring super senses, so I eat little food here in school and very quickly too. Some foods here taste like chemicals to me now. I'm really considering implant my own food on the farm that my grandpa arranged for me to buy. Plus I'm already assimilating Homelander, so my super senses are no longer a power I can deactivate so easily. Thankfully he has years of experience and I'm inheriting this. I'm assimilating Odin and Dark Danny too, by the way. Very low percentage of progress, but it's only been a week since Gacha, so it's okay. Why I'm still attending school? Well, there are too many problems with using clones to take my place. And a side of me just wants to enjoy high school while I can. I have a melancholic thought some days ago. While planning about possible trips to other universes, I was reminded that the big works of fiction do not exist here. And I died, probably, without knowing how many things ended. Like One Piece, A Song of Ice and Fire and others. Then I thought, well, I can visit these worlds and watch firsthand how things will turn out anyway, whatever. But I will need to be a true spectator. Interfering with nothing. This will take some time because I want to live in these places too, so I will need to be very strong and accomplished to just go around to watch canon unfold. Like I said before, this whole thing of being a superhero is not something that I want to do for the rest of my life. I don't want to grow old and still wear my mantle. My objective here is to help the world a lot so that I can retire at most 20 years from now. And then I will go live the wish fulfillment life that I deserve. Even I want to realize my fantasies. Learn magic in Hogwarts. And bang some witches from there. Travel as a pirate in One Piece. And bang Yamato. Be a Shinigami in Bleach. And bang Yoruchi. Be a Pokemon master. And bang Cynthia. Priorities, you know. A man can dream. I still have my list of to-do weeb things. But for now, I'm taking things seriously and growing in power. So I can't go use my travel tickets to bang my waifus. But when I am strong enough, I can go on vacation, right? And that is the moment that the melancholic thought crossed my mind. I asked myself, after everything, after fighting so many crises, growing old, will I still find it fun to go visit those worlds and fulfill my fantasies? I will be, what, 30 years old? The 30 years old me will have the patience to play with an 11-year-old brast in Hogwarts? Growing is losing interest in certain things. You grow and see something that you loved as a child and realize that it's not just fun anymore. That hurts hard. Maybe I should start taking vacations now. Sparingly but frequently. Heck, I want to be a student in UA in the Maha world. And when I went there I speedrun everything. I don't regret it, but if I was strong, my stay there would be very different. However, maybe there's a way to condition my brain to be more immature or something like that. Erase my memories for some time? To enjoy the whole Isekai experience or whatever. Wait a minute. If I'm living exactly this at the moment? What if I'm already a super powerful guy, and I erased my memories to enjoy an Isekai adventure in Marvel? Maybe I'm already traveled through a lot of fictional worlds. Maybe I'm a clone. An extension of my true body that is right now banging many fictional girls. Did I give the essence to myself? Maybe Shago is already my wife, and she just come with me through the essence. With her memories erased too. Maybe all the things that I gained through the gacha are something I already acquired in my omniversal travels to become omnipotent. Maybe I'm bored god that already lived for eons. Is my life true? These memories? Did I really have parents? Did I kill them not to be in the way of my fun? I don't want to think about this. There's no point in it too. What can I do if my assumptions are correct? I will live my life as always. I shake my head and go focus on something else. Let's go back to the present and stop questioning my existence. I will not receive an answer anyway. As usual, I'm alone in the cafeteria, holding a tablet in my hand as I multitask and study some subjects, but in truth, I use most of my focus to program some games. Telepathy. So useful. I love it. So I start to prepare to make my game company. Surprise, surprise, Steam and Valve haven't been created yet. Time to milk the nerds. This time I will be on the other side, Gabe. I will create popular games from my last life, with low requirements to PC, and then launch my company. I have already contacted the current owners of Counter-Strike 1.6. The game is dying now, so the timing is good. This timeline is strange. The year is 2004, but technology is already 10 years forward when compared with my other life. I can only attribute this to the many geniuses of this world. Now is the time to take advantage of my future knowledge like every good Isekai protagonist. Portal, Minecraft, Among Us, BioShock and Skyrim. Daddy here will bring you all to life. Yes, I will bring the Seuss meme and the many Minecraft YouTubers to this world. I'm a hero or a villain. My morality is oscillating right now with this hard decision. Heck, even Flappy Bird could be a huge hit and is so simple. The best part about this whole thing is that I can do it all alone. I and my VI are enough to start this company. In the future, obviously, I will hire workers. I can't keep making games by myself or managing bugs and new patches. I also want to give a chance to all software developers and game programmers of this world. I wonder how the new games will be made after I just drop a ton load of influence from my last life here. Maybe an even better storyline of God of War? Or of Devil May Cry. The divergence in the path they will take excites me a little. Another good thing is that I can start this all, but I don't need to be involved too much on the future. I could just sell to one of my summons in the future. Maybe I need a card from a secretary like Pepper Potts or a businessman like Luther. I'm not summoning Luther. He is too much of an egomaniac, and I want his brain for myself. His secretary would be good enough, Mercy Graves, right? Whatever, if I gain a competent administrator, I will summon him, her here. Hector is a young aspiring doctor and heir to a multi-millionaire hospital conglomerate that is lucky and talented enough to do some good games as a hobby, that's all. His focus will be on other things. That's my story and profile, and I'm sticking with it. I don't want Hector to be a celebrity. Not even in the geek social circle. I wonder how many companies in the world are secretly owned by immortal and ancient guys that have the same idea, like Vandal Savage in DC. Oil companies must be all secretly in the pockets of these old guys. But I have no interest in owning companies that work with tech, pharmaceuticals, or any of these things that can attract government and military attention. I'm aiming a little lower now, but I know it will pay off in the future. Internet and games/esports are very profitable industries in the future, even if it is looked down upon by the other mainstream entertainment industry. On another note, my training is going well. The many fighter geniuses that I assimilated make me learn things very fast. But I just ran into a wall in my nin training. Little flashback going back to the living room of my house after teleporting away, I find Isabella putting the cup of water that I asked for on the table. What were you doing? Shago asks me and I lift my hand showing a leaf between my thumb and forefinger. A leaf? Is it some sort of magical leaf? Genetically modified weed? Shago asks confused. It's just a normal leaf. But I need it for a test. I answer. Putting the leaf on the cup full of water, I sit and put my hands on the sides of the cup and start the water divination test. Focusing then on the cup, I watch the changes. Shago and others at my side looking at it attentively too. The leaf starts moving and shaking. I'm a manipulator? Wait. The moving is only the beginning. The leaf starts to grow and release roots, growing and making other leaves too. So, what this means? Are you a Disney princess? I hear Shago say at my side, a specialist. I mutter to myself. Fun fact, I decide on the MC nin type based on Hisoka personality analysis. The MC is a specialist tending to manipulator because he is independent and charismatic, and also logical and does things at his own pace. How the fuck specialist make nin moves again? How specialists make nin moves? I have no idea. Yuvijin answers my questions. I came looking for him. But I'm not truly here. This is only a projection. Yeah, I can do things like that with a combination of many powers. Many specialists just awaken their powers naturally. It's the normal method. He continues. I remember that girl who can write the future. She is not a nin combatant and don't appears to never have received any training. There are people like that too. When the power awakens, you can put restrictions on it to make stronger. Kuroro did that. Yuvijin advises. Yes, that is one of the methods of the nin power system. The user itself chooses the restriction ADN weakness of the power. The stronger the restriction, the stronger the power will be. Thank you for your time. I say, disappearing. End of the flashback. And now I'm here, waiting for my power to awaken. I'm not forcing anything. These things need to occur naturally. Pitu is a specialist too. She awakened her power because she wanted to fix Kaito to play with him again. So overwhelming desire for something can awaken a power too. The bad thing about being a specialist is that my enhancer abilities are shit. With the whole compatibility thing. But I have a huge amount of aura. And I can gain an enhancer in the future by gacha. So I can bypass that limitations. I'm waiting for Gon obviously. I hear them coming before they are close. I can feel their aura, hear their heartbeat, and smell their characteristic scent. Look at me, feeling people's aura. I'm a fucking anime character. Super senses have their downsides though, I don't need to explain. Hearing their food tray being placed on my formerly empty table, I look up and see Peter, Ned, and Gwen smiling at me. Sup, hi, Hector. Can we sit here? The three of them say almost at the same time. Looking at my empty table and the fact they're already sitting on it, I shrug my shoulders. I don't know why not. Ned sits at my side, and the two lovebirds sit opposite us. Some seconds later, a fourth person put her tray on the table too. What? Are you guys monopolizing this table? Michelle Jones asks when everyone looks at her. I just shrug my shoulder and everyone welcomes her too. Molecular mechanisms, the biochemistry of the gene and genome. Ned reads the title of the text on my tablet. Are you really going to graduate early? He asks. Yep. Next semester. I simply say, cool. Ned adds, our interaction attracts the attention of others. Already studying the college grade and you're not even in. MJ2 says, that's it, that is her thing. She is a very caustic person. She doesn't mean anything by saying that, but she looks a little judgmental. I can ignore that, I survive Shago. But other people think that she is an annoying bitch. I don't looking at her when I answer. I know that I will pass, Sincerely, anyone on this table can already be in college. Not a big deal. And it's true. I think this table has more IQ than the rest of the school combined. And it's not that hard to go early to college. Once again, is probably because of the many geniuses who have already set a precedent. It is equally easy to graduate if you're smart enough. You can miss many classes and still pass. You can even do multiple graduations at the same time. I think Reed is seeking his 20th doctorate right now. I think he must have a boner looking at all his biggest hee-hee. It reminds me of the origin story of Batman. It's a little funny. To the world, Bruce's has no superior qualifications to speak for. The guy is such a maniac to hide his capabilities that he would disguise himself to go the classes. Pretend to sleep, but pay attention. And he never completed his program to acquire a degree, with the exception of the business one. So, what path I'm taking? At the same time that I don't want to be super remarkable, I don't want to play the second-generation rich kid. Meh, I will reveal that I'm a genius. No biggie, there are many here anyway. And not all of them are famous like Reed and Stark, like Maya Hansen, who is very underrated. Back to reality, I hear Gwen asking me which college I'm going to. Columbia. Here in New York, and has a good historic in the medical field. I answer, oh, true, they're the first medical school in America, and she answers and starts talking about trivia that I already know. But these guys are making the effort of taking care of lonely me, so I can at least hear her. But I don't like when the focus of the conversation is on me in any form, so I will shift to attack mode. So, are you two dating? I suddenly ask the couple in front of me. Wano? Yes. But you shouldn't have known. Obvious. But how do we know? Is that obvious? The two became wide-eyed at my abrupt question, and Peter starts to stutter. This guy can't lie to save his life. Yes, it's obvious. You guys are giving each other disgustingly sweet stares. Seriously, I'm almost diabetic. I see the two of them become red-faced instantly, and I make a show of looking at my watch. You know, the cleaning closet must be empty by now. You guys could use it. Between the bleach and the stares, there is where people normally have some privacy. I continue making them blush even more. And how do you know that? MJ2 turns around and asks me. I'm little of a detective myself. I answer, knowing that the reference will fly over their head. So how did you guys start dating? Tell me more. Why should we? This is personal. Gwen says, still blushing. Come on, I'm rooting for you guys for a long time. Yes, as a fictional character. A really long time. After our date was crashed by the invasion, we talked a little, and tried again, and Peter begins to explain himself awkwardly. Wait, when you guys went on a date, did an alien invasion happen? I ask with a little disbelief in my voice and wait for them to nod. Next time that you lovebirds go out, can you let me know? I want to prepare and go to my danger room. I say, making Ned laugh. And if you guys get married, sorry, but I'm not attending. I will take a vacation out of the country. I conclude, come on, my luck isn't that bad. Peter whines, and everyone gave him a look of, seriously? Maybe, a little. He murmurs. After going back to my and reading, Ned interrupts. Me again. Hey Hector. Check this out. He says and shows me a video on his smartphone. Are some women making some sort of pagan dance to Thor? Topless, with some weird markings on their bodies. I'm sure that's not Asgardian runes. Is this legal? I ask, frowning. Seriously, that's unfair. The only homage I get is some Protestants anti-mutants calling me Antichrist and burning a scarecrow similar to me. Or hang a doll with my clothes by the neck. And Thor receives the topless fertility ritual bullshit dance. Fuck you, Sublime. I'm coming from you. They've been arrested, obviously. This is in that place where Thor returned to Asgard. The markings on the ground have become tourist attractions. Ned tells me. Ned, are you showing that video again? Gwen asks in a reproachful tone. No, this is history being made. I'm updating Hector with the news. Ned speaks a little flustered. As expected of the women brainwashed by this society, trying to use their assets to bring attention for themselves instead of trying a more appropriate way of showing their worth without depending on what the media classifies as attractive. Emi2 begins a rant. Gulchula, who hurt you? What do you think about this, Hector? Ned asks, The heroes you know. Well, the time is too short to have a concrete opinion. I say dismissively, I'm cynical. My human brain is uncomfortable knowing that there are people out there who can do anything without consequences. I answer truthfully, but I'm not talking about the one that he is thinking. And I don't agree with this, you know? I say, pointing to his phone, this whole worship or derision. I think they're good guys trying to do the right thing. No need to worship the feet where they walk, and also there's no need to demonize them just by existing and having powers. I finalize. Reasonable. MJ2 agrees with me. Yeah, they've proven themselves good guys until now. Ned agrees, looking at Peter. After this, the talk summarized to more light topics like the approaching exams and other school-related things. Ugh, I felt a problem and the world goes in slow motion to me. Mary Jane Watson, that was just passing by me, looking at her phone, slips in a juice pool on the ground. Is this the Yuki Rito luck? Giving me opportunities like that? Something similar happens in Spider-Man 1 of Tobey Maguire. But she is not carrying a tray this time. I hesitate for a millisecond, considering seriously just letting her fall, but I'm a gentleman. From the corner of my eye, I can see Peter's eyes locking on MJ1 too, but he is too far. Holding myself a little, I turn around and grab her waist with my left arm. The smartphone that she has thrown up is caught by my right hand. Wow, thank you. You saved my life. Twice. He says, surprised and with a smile on her face while I help her to her feet and give her her smartphone. She is really hot. It's nothing, I say and turn to sit at my table again before she starts to say that my eyes are blue or something like that. I don't want an awkward moment now. Even as I turn around, I can still feel that she's looking at me a little puzzled. Maybe I was rude, or maybe she is too accustomed to having all men wanting to prolong their talks with her to the maximum. Sorry, Red. Sigma male grindset here. I chuckle to myself. Oh, okay. I hear her murmuring in a low voice before heading to the popular table. That's a good reflex, Hector. Gwen says, looking at me strangely. Yeah, it is. MJ2 says, looking at me strangely. What? Are you jealous? There's nothing going on between us, woman. No offense. Zendaya's face is beautiful and all, but your vibe is a little weird, and I don't plan on dating normal people, and I like them thick. Sorry. If I say this, you will probably call me a macho pig that labels women based on the standards of this patriarchal society, blah, blah, blah. Maybe I should do this to her. Move on already. Is it too much of a dick move? Yeah, man, are you practicing something? I remember that you held me back that time too. Ned says, oh, Hector. Ned is now jealous, Gwen teases. I roll my eyes at her but decide to play along. Don't mind it, Ned. Our encounter is special in my heart. I say dramatically, making everyone but Ned laugh. He just shudders a little and distances himself from me. But seriously, that's awesome. You reacted very fast and even caught her phone. Gwen says, I sigh. Okay, you guys figured or my secret? I look at them seriously. The truth is, I'm Spider-Man, I say with a straight face. Peter almost spit his drink. Dude, you're so easy to read. I pay attention to the reaction of the people at my table. MJ2 rolls her eyes, but Gwen and Ned look at Peter for a moment. They know. I conclude. Ned must have known for a time. Peter must have told Gwen on the day of the invasion. It's a cliché in my next life. Now I remember. Peter is chilling with his friends, then some villain appears. He disappears to come back as Spider-Man and save everyone, but everyone takes him as a coward because he is the first to run. So this time he has come clean with Gwen, huh? Good to you, buddy. Just improve your catch game. I don't know why you guys are laughing. I could be Spider-Man. I say with fake outrage. I'm a Spider-Man, by the way. Yeah. Sure, buddy. Ned consoles me at my side. I'm just saying, you guys have never seen me and Spider-Man in the same place and at the same time. The clues are there. Anyone who wants can see. My joke makes everyone laugh. By this logic, I'm Huntress. MJ2 adds. Who knows, with so many metahumans popping off, maybe one of us will be the next. I say, shrugging my shoulders, just don't be corrupted by your powers, guys. I say, half joking and half serious. Third-person POV. New York in the afternoon. Steve Rogers, aka Captain America, is absent-mindedly eating in an open area of a restaurant. His food is barely touched, and he continues to watch the world around him. His world, but equally very different. He asks himself again if he really should be here. As he draws a sketch of the buildings around him, he notices an elderly man sitting at his table. It is strange that he didn't notice that old man till him is very close. And the old man makes himself comfortable on the seat in front of Captain America. I was passing by and saw you here alone, Captain. So I decided to say a title. The old man says. Steve frowns. He is in a disguise, and he don't go out frequently. Who is this guy that can recognize Steve, but Steve can't recognize him? Can I help you, sir? Steve ever politely asks. Oh yes. I'm Eidolon. I'm disguised too, the old man says, making his eyes change colors discreetly to prove his words. Seeing that you are in a disguise, I changed my appearance so as not to attract attention. But then Eidolon, in an old man form, gives Steve a look. But I have to say, my disguise is much better than yours. Cap using a cap. Is the pun intended? How? Steve asks, a little flabbergasted. If you're asking about the disguise, hologram. Don't ask too much. I even put the effort of being similar to your age. So Cap, why are you sulking here? Eidolon teased before asking. Steve groans. He probably heard a lot of jokes about his age. But he replies that he just went out to get some fresh air. I realize that I have to accept my new reality. And keeping me in a training facility underground is only me lying to myself. I can understand a little somewhat. Believe in me. About being thrown into a completely new reality. Your world going upside down all of a sudden. Eidolon says cryptically, but I don't think you want any consoling words. So all I can say is, humans are highly adaptable. You're no different. Right now must be horrible. But you will find your place here, Cap. Eidolon gives the only advice that he can. The two talked a little more. Eidolon's grandfather was part of the Howling Commandos. So Eidolon can make some good questions. Not that he will reveal that. There are agents nearby. You know, Cap, I'm half expecting you to be sexist and racist. As I always thought that you're too much romanticized. Eidolon say, remembering some realist's takes of Captain America in his last life. I'm glad that I was wrong. Steve sighs. You can call me Steve. And yes, I have seen some messed up things in the army. But I never liked that. When you are the little guy that everyone picks on, you learn to not discriminate. Eidolon nods. Eidolon talks a little about himself too, his hero job and other superfluous things. Till he decides to ask an important question. So, did you go talk with Peggy Carter already? He asks as he sips on his juice. Captain America stiffens. How do you know Dash? I'm Eidolon. But jokes aside, it appears that you do not. And what about it? Steve asks defensively. Eidolon sighs. Steve, all that I will say for now on you can ignore or take to heart. I care not. But at least let me finish. Eidolon starts. I will tell a little story. Two very good friends, the best of friends. Every day they meet each other. They laugh, talk, fight. You know, like best friends. But one day, they fought over something trivial. Like they had done a dozen times before. They said goodbye that day with the thought that the next day they would make up. Idolin narrates. But one of them die. End of the story. He says abruptly, shocking Steve. What I want to get to is that the last memory of the alive friend is of the fight that the two have. They parted on bad terms, and in terms they will remain forever. A incorrigible regret. You understand, right? Peggy Carter is an old lady already, and anytime, sigh. Idolin pauses for a moment and decides to go for a soft approach. Come on, Steve. We both know you'll see her eventually. You're delaying the inevitable. You want to stay under this spell of a forever young Peggy Carter in your memories. But the sooner that you do that, the better. Believe in me. Idolin stands up. And you think she doesn't deserve this closure? To you, only a few months had passed, but for her, it had been 60 years, Steve. She is waiting for you. A blinding light surrounds the old man Idolin, and in its place, the true Idolin appears. People nearby exclaim in surprise. A certain guy told me that at the end of your life you regret the things you didn't do more than the things you did. Idolin claps Steve's shoulder. And about you feeling left out? Know that a good reason that I wear this mantle is that there are guys like you that inspire me. Idolin says truthfully. He then smiles. A smirk that promises a prank. This man here is Captain America. He is giving autographs. Idolin says loudly and takes off flying, leaving the stunned Steve Rogers behind. It doesn't take long for Captain America to be approached by some kids. And that is Idolin's intention. Steve can't only see this new world. He needs to feel and touch it too. All these people have these good lives thanks to his sacrifice. He mourns too much about the things that are lost in the war. Idolin is giving a new perspective of things that are gained in that war. For some hours, an awkward Captain America talked, autographed, and took lots of pictures with fans. Idolin hopes he can see the huge good influence that he has on this generation, and that his sacrifice was not in vain. Idolin POV seeing and feeling Steve's mood genuinely improving put a smile on my face. I gave him some counsel, but I don't want him to think about this now. In truth, I don't want him to dismiss the idea too fast. I can use rewind and make Peggy Carter young again. Should I? That is the same moral question about healing children with terminal diseases. I will think about this later. Don't rush and do something that you will regret, Hector. There are too many possible consequences to why my actions that I need to take in consideration. Callisto POV. New York sewers. I am at Idolin's side, watching many of my comrades working to better the place where we live. Idolin appeared with a large number of goods to us. Construction materials, electronic devices, and other things. He dropped all and said, "Now work," and put us to improve by ourselves the base. "I'm not your mother, don't be lazy," he said when he got everyone to help. Some people are installing air and water filters. Others are making holes to pass plumbing and electricity. He said that is not a far future to make this place as good as any city on the surface. And for the first time in a long time, I feel hope growing in me. This guy can make this happen. This guy can bring change. We all watched the footage of the invasion. And we and the whole world know that he saved everyone. Even if some dipshits are still looking for trouble and not accepting him. People like Captain America approve of him. He is on the same level of the other heroes, maybe higher. That's the first time in history that a mutant meta is approved by the world. Now people can start thinking for themselves instead of swallowing everything that the media says to them. Idolin is the truth right on their faces. That there are good goals too. Mikhail, do you want to visit your siblings? I hear Idolin talking to Mikhail. I still don't like that guy, but he's not doing anything bad anymore, so I can accept him. Yes, but I don't know how to face them. Mikhail says. A little insecure, a strange thing to see his features. I see. Your last meeting is that bad? Idolin asks. Mikhail just dips his head down. Okay, in a little more of a week later I will visit the mansion. You can come with me. Idolin says, making Mikhail looks up and nods gratefully. Going with a hero must erase any suspicion of the guy. Callisto. I hear him calling. Yes. I answer, a little too much eager. In the past, you said something about having contact with some gangs on the mutant ghetto. Idolin says, don't hiding the distaste in his last words. I periodically exchange with them. But since you arrived, it is no longer necessary. In the next meeting, I will cut ties with them. I say quickly, a little afraid of reproach. Unnecessary. I want to meet these gangs too. Next time I will go with you. He says, and I can only nod. Are you going to help them too? I ask. He nods before pausing. It's the plan, but there's something that takes precedence. He says, and is silent for a while. Just when I thought he wouldn't continue, he finally says, I'm investigating the disappearance of some people. And some clues point to the mutant ghettos. I suspect that someone is doing experiments with humans and metas to make super soldiers or new villains. I was shocked by his words. Are you worried about them? No, you think that the gangs there are in collusion with whatever is doing these experiments. I exclaim. He looks at me and nods. No one cares about the lives of the people living there. It is logical to take some real metas to study and see if it is possible to replicate their powers. But they're mutants too. How can they do that? I ask, outraged, don't even noticing my slip of the tongue in using the word mutant. Idolin sigh, Callisto, you're underestimating the human capability to be evil. But maybe they're not evil, just greedy, envious, want to join the winning side. Who knows? Idolin says, you know, most of the Africans who were captured to be enslaved in the past were captured by their fellows African. Europeans did not know the terrain, the flora, or the fauna. And it's not like the place is unified under one nation. Many tribes are enemies with each other. So the Europeans make deal with some, arming them and using the familiarity with the place to capture slaves. Idolin says, not every meta is sensible to our problems. Many with good or non-noticeable powers just live their lives. Not everyone is Idolin. There's only one Idolin. Next meet we'll go to the bottom of it. I say with determination. He only nods. Third-person POV. Night of New York. Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man is observing the city at night. On top of a building, he searches for someone who needs his help. Things are peaceful for now. After the invasion, the villains apparently all decided to take a vacation together, and now only normal criminals plague the streets of New York. Maybe there's some annual conference of supervillains? And I wasn't invited as a speaker? This hurt my feelings. I thought I and my gallery of supervillains have something special. Spider-Man jokes to himself. But in truth, he knows the reason very well. Idolin. The villains are scared of him. After the invasion, apparently, Idolin made New York his base, or maybe he is just sticking around because of the aftermaths, but everyone knows that he is more active here. But he is expanding to the rest of the world. Spider-Man thinks, remembering the many news about Idolin helping in other countries. Are you done using this gargoyle? I want to brood too. Spider-Man hears a voice on his back, Wadash. He turns around quickly and comes face to face with Idolin himself. More than 6 feet tall, using his mantle, the hood is not covering his face. His eyes are shining purple with a little of gray or white on the middle. His characteristically half mask and white hair tied on a bun are displayed for all to see. After the invasion, he is not caring too much about covering his face with the hood of his mantle. Idolin, I'm a big fan, do you know? You make my life much easier. Spider-Man exclaims. Oh, I'm a big fan too, Spider-Man. But I have some serious business. I have 3 things to talk about with you. Idolin says, showing 3 fingers, Peter Parker. He ends seriously, making Spider-Man pause. How? What is a Peter Parker? Spider-Man stumbles with his words, making Idolin rolls his eyes. Stop, your secret is secure with me. But it's about this that I want to talk about you. You're not careful enough. I'm not the only one that knows your secret identity, you know? Idolin says, shocking Spider-Man. What? This spy agency's Spider-Man. Satellites, cams in all places. Are you careful? Where do you change clothes? He asks accusingly, making Spider-Man wince. There's probably cams in your school too, by the way. Be careful. You must have cameras in your house too? As much to spy on you as to protect you. But I think you will not like that anyway. Idolin says. Spider-Man is silent now. Just be more careful. You have people to protect, right? The black-clad hero says, making the web-slinger nod. And this is the second thing that I want to talk about you. How is your catch game? Idolin asks out of nowhere. What? I'm saying, if someone is falling for this building right here, Idolin points to the edge of the building, and you can't reach them in time. How will you save them? I will throw a web. Is the only range method that I have. How? Idolin asks seriously. What? The web. I will try it. There's another way. Spider-Man asks nervously, don't understand the conversation. Spider-Man. Idolin sighs. I will tell you a secret. I have a power that allows me to see glimpses of the future. Whoa, awesome dude. Not that much, is not very precise, and I don't want to become a slave of it. But let me finish. Idolin looks at him, trying to convey all the seriousness of the situation. I have seen you try to reach for someone exactly as you said. A person is falling and you throw the web. You catch her. But the shift in force. The whiplash breaks her. She died. A blonde woman. Your age. Idolin says. Under the mask, Peter becomes horrified. Idolin goes forward and puts a hand on Spider-Man's shoulder. Calm down. The future is in constant change. The fact that I told you that probably already changed things. I would exactly do that. I know that. Spider-Man murmurs absent-mindedly. Peter. Idolin attracts his attention. She is okay. It hasn't happened yet. Now you have the opportunity to do better. There are ways to save her. Throw as many webs as possible to stabilize her. Go yourself and catch her. Make web net under her to break the fall. Idolin advises, in the thick of the action, we only have one chance. We don't have time to think. You have performed very well until now, but we can make mistakes. I am warning you not to carry this regret forever. Idolin says. Spider-Man gives a shaky nod. Connecting with this, I can talk about the third thing, Spider. Idolin says, bringing Peter's attention to him. Everything that Idolin said till now is important. Peter doesn't want to miss anything. You can quit. Idolin says, I'm saying that you can stop being Spider-Man. For a time if you want. Permanently too. I'm not understanding. Spider-Man, how is your life? Is Dash? Are you sure? Idolin interrupts, maintaining school, family, being a hero, hurting yourself, don't have time to study, worrying about your loved ones and worrying your loved ones? I can tell that you're a smart guy. With a bright future ahead if you put your mind to it. Go do it. Go focus on your studies, be stable financially, marry your girlfriend, give a good life to your aunt. Help yourself first, Peter. Idolin's eyes boring into Spider-Man mask. I can't. I can help people. If I do nothing, bad things can happen. Spider, I'm here. Idolin says simply and a little heroically. I can cover for you. You don't need to come every day to patrol. You can take a long vacation. You don't deserve the hate that you receive from the media. Go better yourself. Don't worry, I will protect New York. But you always come back later when all these hero activities don't cripple your life. Spider-Man is silent for a while. You know, Peter begins. I can't do that. You're just one. Even if I can save just one more person, will be worth it. Will be worth all the trouble. He says. Idolin doesn't show, but he is impressed. That is a thing that he doesn't have. Idolin puts Hector above all. Even if he acts like a great hero, He knows deep down that is just that, an act. Someone once told me that with great powers comes great responsibility. Spider-Man concludes determinately. Eidolon sighs and begins to slowly float away while maintaining eye contact with Peter and little happiness. Just remember that you will always have this option, Spider. Eidolon says before disappearing. Spider-Man stays there for a long time. There's simply too much to take in. After some time he decides to go home to think. After a little web-slinging he is home. But he is very careful this time. But when he arrives at his room he is surprised. There's a huge black box in the middle of his room. The box has 1 cubic meter in total. Cautiously, he takes a notepad nearby and throws it at the box while maintaining a fight stance. But it doesn't happen. His spider sense is not accusing anything, so he approaches carefully to take that thing away, but he sees a note on the box. From Eidolon. He reads, "I can't stop you from helping people, so equally you can't stop me from helping you." After reading this he goes to check the black box. There's no place to open it. Voice recognition, approved. He jumps back when the box talks to him. Peach, the box opens itself, revealing another note above many compartments and small boxes. Taking the other note, Peter starts reading. In this box, you can change the password method, has some things to help you. Fake documents. Technological devices with many functions and purposes. Chemical reagents too. You can make a real lab with it. There's a 20 grand in cash too. This makes Peter jump. He looks at the box and in the last compartment he sees the cash. He closes it fast like the thing is a bomb. I can't accept that. He goes to the note again to continue to reading. You probably said that you won't accept it. What? Did he have cameras on my room? Peter says, looking around before going back to the note. Because I'm Eidolon. But seriously, I understand you, Peter. Relax a little. I don't want the money back. If you don't want it, just donate it. But read first. What about you, Aunt? This makes Peter pause. She's not young anymore. Just keep the money in case something bad happens. You can search for me if you want help too. If you don't want the money, just let it accumulate dirt in the corner, whatever. Treat as your salary for all the hero work. Or escape money. Or retirement money. Is better to have it. That's all. Bye. Peter sighs. He can't accept money like that. But Aunt May. He noticed that she is having problems with the bills. Is it wrong of me to accept? Peter questioned himself. After some time he just decides to put the money away. He can always donate to that charity where Aunt May is voluntary. Peter later goes to bed, but he can't sleep with everything that happened today. He has too much to think about. Hell's Kitchen. Luke Cage is closing the bar. When he goes top UT the chairs on the table, the chair starts to float and go arrange by themselves, like in a Disney movie. I hope that you don't care if I help a little. Luke turns to look at Eidolon in his usual black attire. Not at all. Help is always welcome. I agree. Luke walks a little to the bar canteen and asks, Beer? Anything? Do you drink anything? Yes. No, thank you, but I'm good. I don't drink. Only socially. Eidolon says, approaching, I don't like the taste. And we can't even get drunk, so there's no meaning in drinking. True. But I drink sometimes, is refreshing. Luke Cage replies. But I don't think Eidolon has come to my bar just to small talk. He continues, eyeing Eidolon. True. Eidolon nods. I came to give you a gift and some news. Luke Cage looks at him a little interested. What news? About the disappearances. This makes Luke Cager perks up. I'm on the trail. I sidetracked a little with the whole human trafficking ring, but I'm close to the real culprits. Yeah, I have seen that. Good job, by the way. Thanks. I come here to say that the guys that I arrested are not the real culprits of the thing that you talked to me. The history is darker. My informants told me that criminal bosses are hiring metas to even the playfield with the heroes. But this is not the only method for them. They are trying to make their own super henchmen. In laboratory, Eidolon says and watches Luke Cage clenching his fist. Luke Cage has a similar experience, so he can relate. Bastards. Yeah. I hear at some place a long time that our very strength invites challenge. There's an arms race within the governments and in the criminal underworld to make weapons to oppose us. Humans are just material to them. Did you find them? I'm close. I want to go with you when you found them. Luke Cage says seriously, with a face that will not take a no for an answer. No. Unfortunately to him, Eidolon is not that easily intimidated. Wait, don't get angry yet. Eidolon holds up a hand to stop whatever Luke would say. I'm just saying in the situation. If I found them, I'm attacking immediately. There will be no time to come and fetch you. If I really need help, I will call. He says, but he probably won't need any help. Luke sighs. Okay, you're right. Just give the bastards a good punch for me. Oh. Now the gift. Eidolon says. Eidolon's arm appears on one of the two front slits of this mantle. He is holding a suitcase. Where he is keeping that thing? Luke Cage asks in his mind. If he said that out loud, he would be answered with a, well, I'm Eidolon. Putting the suitcase in the counter of the bar, Eidolon opens it, revealing clothes. Made by my personal design. Resistant to everything. Eidolon starts showing the costume set. A yellow shirt, black gloves and boots, cargo pants, a black jacket and a mask that wouldn't be out of place in a post-apocalyptic scenario. The mask is useful to protect you from dangerous gases and poison. I believe that is one of the few of your weaknesses. Protect your eyes and mouth and has night and heat vision. Eidolon adds. Whoa, calm down. I'm thankful, but why are you helping me like that? Luke Cage asks. He needs to ask. Well, you're helping that day. And your clothes are damaged. I don't want you to flash anyone. Can you imagine how traumatizing must be? Eidolon's start. You could destroy some random guy's self-confidence. He jokes, making Luke laugh. But seriously, you don't need to do anything if you don't want. I'm not asking you to be a hero. But I know that if the situation calls for it, it's hard to just stand by and do nothing, right? Luke nods. At least you will be prepared. By the way, here in the belt, there's a tracker. You press this button and a distress signal will reach me. I will come as fast as I can. If you are suspicious, just don't use the belt. Eidolon says before turning around and walking away, not giving Luke a chance to reject the gift. It cost almost nothing to help these street-level heroes. They're not multimillionaires and sometimes they don't have a companion to get their back. Eidolon can feel this gap. In the end, it's not a healthy endeavor to try to save the world alone. Hector POV Carvalho residence. I'm thinking. Recent events reminded me of something. You know, I can do much more than what I'm doing. I'm holding myself back for obvious reasons. I don't want the world to depend too much on me, and I don't want to raise people's expectation too much either. With many of my powers, and now with Inuyahiki and Homelander assimilation, I can always hear/feel/see when someone is in distress on the globe. Seriously, the world is small to me now. But this is not a healthy thing to do. Go on like a maniac saving everyone left and right. How many people are being killed right now? I know. I can know if I want. But I shut down these things. I made a rule for myself. Not going around crazy if it's not my time to patrol. The only exception is in the case of huge disaster. But in my patrol, I will help as much as I can. And don't go around actively searching for trouble. I prefer to let luck be deciding factor in who I will help. If I'm flying close or whatever. Because if I hear everything, I will need to choose. And if I choose, I'm letting someone die for another someone. This is not a good thing to carry in your conscience. But recent events are causing me to throw an exception. That episode with the human trafficking ring, meeting Luke Cage, remembers me of something. Jessica Jones. Normally I will not actively search for things like these. There's so much on my plate already. And actively using my powers to search sucks. Sucks greatly. Holy hell, is horrible. I don't even know the moment of the timeline. Is she suffering under Kilgrave now? Has she already suffered? Will she suffer? If I try to stop all the bad things that I remember what happened in Marvel, I will go crazy. Why is a named character more important than other people? Why should I go save Jessica Jones when I'm not going to save the thousands suffering the same? It's because she is suffering under a meta power. Maybe I can lie to myself. Whatever, I'm a hypocrite. Everyone is. I'm going out. I warn Isabella before opening a portal and putting on my mantle. My head is the first thing appearing at the top of this building. Ugh, I'm already with a headache only thinking about using my powers on large scale. Something is approaching very close. I look a little above me and I see it. A female crotch covered in leather approaches my face at high speed. What the fuck? Yuki Rito. The leather-clad pussy is almost touching my nose when I decide to become intangible and let the woman phase through me. I'm the master of my own destiny, Yuki Rito. On my back, I hear the woman rolling on the ground. When I turn around, I confirm my suspicions. She is looking at me with wide eyes, shocked by my sudden appearance. Shocked that she met me. She was probably jumping around the roofs when a head appeared through a portal. Must have been weird. White hair, clad in black leather with white furs around her neck and in her ankles and wrists. A huge unnecessary cleavage. And a stupid domino mask. I can see the duffel bag full of gemstones at my feet. Well, Batman needs his cat burglar, right? Hell there. Is everyone good? I hope so. To compensate Abu, the last chapter taught is only the MC. Many characters in this and on the next chapter. I can balance things. Now let's talk about something important. Very important. The assimilation process. You know, I always let you guys gain information through the MC assumption, but I think it's time to let something clear. About the mental effects of assimilation. Let's go. Like is already said, the gacha is the MC ally. Has no morals, but it helps the MC. There are two principal assimilations processes. The assimilation of the body, the MC outward appearance and powers, and the assimilation of the mind, QI, mentality, personality, tastes. Hector is worried about going egomaniac, crazy, or whatever if assimilates a character with these problems. Can it happen? Yes and no. Let me explain my take on the assimilation process. Possible change in the future. The MC has gained some mindset from some characters but not others. Why this? Who is choosing? The answer is Hector himself. Unconsciously. Is like this. The traits that Hector gains is the ones that he likes, that he admires, that he secretly yearns for himself. The gacha is helping him in becoming his own ideal version of himself. An Übermensch Hector. The things that he wants, he gains. And the things that he already have is enhanced. Without him losing himself. He originally, you guys don't know him before, is a calm, logical, and patient guy. He was funny to the ones that know him. An introvert that delays opening up to other people. He has a little of an inferiority complex and is overall timid. He has some traits enhanced. He is more mature now. More calm and patient. Have a good control of himself. Is smarter. And what about the other traits? He admires Batman and others' characters' confidence. He gained that. He is a cautious man, now he is downright paranoid. He admires Katakuri's pride and honor. He gained that a little. Willpower, willingness to do bad things, being manipulative, being a playboy, etc. He gained them all. The things that he doesn't like. Batman's aversion to guns. Light god complex. Nope. He has received no influence from that. He is new to the gacha. He doesn't know how the gacha work. Maybe in the future, he will have a good control of his own morality and mentality. Shifting to good and evil like people change clothes. He gives signals of this, right? Now, what should we expect? A Hector a little more kind and gentle. Influence from Inuyashiki, Odin and Rito. And a little funnier in social interactions, something that he admires in Beast Boy. He upbeat and outgoing personality. In truth, he is already a funny guy. We that see his thoughts know that. He is all the time making references and jokes in his mind. But outwardly he is stone-faced. He is slowly opening up with the girls. There are traces of that already, did you guys notice? Important. He is still himself. Don't expect him to become so kind that will not kill anymore, or become a clown. He still has control. He controls with who he wants to be kind, and with who he will act relaxedly. That's it. 40 chapters and we'll don't even understand the MC power. Damn, I write slowly. But I think you guys like that, if not you guys won't stick for so long. Bye-bye. Stay good. Until next time. There's too many characters in this world. Disclaimer. I own nothing. This history have no interest in offend any party. Having the sole objective of only entertain the readers. Enjoy. If our lives are already written, it would take a courageous man to change the script. From the game Alan Wake. Third-person POV. Emma Frost is annoyed. Returning to her penthouse in New York, Emma Frost goes to take a bath to cool off. She is almost fuming with anger. The reason? Roland. Or rather, the fact that she can't find him. And find is a strange word for what she is trying. In truth, she is trying to lure him in coming talk to her. Orchestrating some situations like the robbery of a jewelry store or something similar, she hoped to attract the hero, allowing her to have a conversation with him. Well, everything failed till now. Eidolon simply doesn't appear. It's not hard to deduce that he mostly appears when lives are in danger, rarely showing himself to something like a discreet robbery in the middle of the night. But this is all Emma Frost can try for now. She can't risk orchestrating a dangerous situation, threatening civilians, and as a result gaining Eidolon's displeasure and ire. After taking her bath and putting on a nightgown, Emma Frost pours herself a glass of white wine and thinks, I never thought such a public figure would be so hard to meet. Unknown to her, her plan worked on the second try. Eidolon really doesn't care too much about crimes without direct victims, but he is passing by nearby when he saw the robbery. But one glance of him is enough to see the farce. No criminals and the hidden bodyguards and Emma Frost are nearby in a room, only expecting him to appear. He smirked and turned around. The old trick in the book to bait heroes. He's not gonna fall for that. Seeing that there are really no traps or strong opponents, Eidolon thinks that Emma Frost probably wants to talk with him and probably manipulate him on some troublesome thing. Maybe even try mind control him. Who knows? Remembering the contacts that Emma has with the Hellfire Club, Eidolon is not against talking with her, and even being used by her, if she really wants him to eliminate some of her enemies. Because her possible enemies of her are Sebastian Shaw, a meta that Hector wants both to get rid of and to take his power from him. And other members of the Hellfire Club are famous for being sponsors and directly involved with mutant hate groups. And even with the Sentinel Project. A little ironic that there are so many anti-mutant members when the top figures are meta themselves. So Eidolon can allow himself to be used if he can gain something from that. But it has to be on his terms. He will only meet her when he wants. And right now, he is focusing on other things. Power plays are necessary when dealing with someone like Emma Frost. Maybe I should contact Xavier? Emma Frost muses to herself while circling the wine in the glass. Felicia Hardy, the Black Cat POV. The night was going so well. A flawless heist, recovery of some objects that no one will miss. And while I'm basking in the afterglow of a job well done, jumping from rooftop to rooftop and enjoying the cool breeze of the night, a head pops off exactly where I will land. The surprise took my reaction time from me and was impossible to dodge anyway. I braced myself for the impact, but it never came. I just passed through him like he is a ghost or a hologram, who knows. Recovering, I roll on my landing to don't hurt myself and turn to face. Fucking Eidolon is standing just a few feet away from me. My moniker of Black Cat is to bring bad luck to other people. I don't need to meet the greatest superhero just after I acquire some trinkets in non-conventional ways. Can I run? No chance. I have watched the footage of the invasion. My only options are, I don't know. Convince him that is all a misunderstanding? Seduce him? I know very well the advantages that my body can bring to me, and I can use that to escape this predicament. Well, I know the disadvantages too. I think darkly and shake my head to dispel the bad memories. For some reason he is not saying anything, just staring at me. Is a little unsettling. Damn, he's big. Way over 6 feet. Maybe I haven't noticed this before because in the images that I saw he is close to equally big people like Captain America and Thor. His mantle with the 2 front slits covers most of his body, but it's possible to see his muscular neck and trapezius. Everything under his eyes is covered by his half mask. His hair is white like mine but is pulled back in his characteristic man bun, with some strands falling over his face. His eyes, which are now shining purple, does not blink while he looks at me. Even if it is not possible to see his face, I can tell that he is 10 out of 10. Too bad I'm over with men. Slowly getting up from my ready-to-flee position, I bend forward a little too much to give him a good view of my cleavage. Maybe I can open my way out if I'm a good girl. He will take it easy on a beautiful woman, right? I wince remembering the treatment that he gave to Amora. No, he will not take easy just because I'm a girl. I sneak a glance to catch him off guard, and I'm disappointed to see that his eyes never wandered to my body. Is he gay? That would be a such waste. Not for me, I don't care. I correct myself. His gaze finally left me and goes to my bag. Before I can say anything, my bag floats to him and he opens it unceremoniously. Is rude to open a woman's purse like that, you know? I try to say, but he just looks at me in silence. Damn, this one is a tough nut to crack. He raises an eyebrow seeing the contents of the bag. Why do I feel like a child being scolded after being caught with the hand in the cookie jar? Come on, dude, say something. Give me something to work on and I can talk my way out of this, maybe? Then his eyes change. Blue takes over all of his pupils and his sclera, and some patterns and circles appear too. His now even more shining eyes look at me for a second before he turns in another direction. The direction of the museum where I came from early. Is he seeing the place? There's no lack of discussion on the internet about Eidolon's supposed powers. His timely appearances make even the criminal world float with people trying to figure out his powers. Some people say that he can read minds, see the past, present and future, see people's sins, have X-ray vision and can always hear when someone says his name. Seriously, there are people afraid of saying his name out of loud thinking that he will just appear like a demon or a ghost. I just laughed at the absurdity of all this, but now face to face with the man I'm worried that he truly has these powers. After a few seconds of looking away, his eyes become normal again and he just shrugs his shoulders almost imperceptibly and drops my bag on the ground after closing the zipper. Without looking at me, he starts walking way to the edge of the building and starts staring at the city. What the hell? So, can I go? I'm afraid to ask. Walking cautiously to my dropped bag. I grab the handle and I feel relieved feeling the familiar weight of my shinies. Now I just need to dash away and never look back, but it looks like such a waste. I slowly start to back away while looking at Eidolon's back. Even after I'm on the other edge of the rooftop, he doesn't move. It appears that he has no intention of arresting me. I prepare myself to jump, but I pause and turn to watch the heroes back again. This looks like a good opportunity, no? Is not every night that we meet the most powerful man on the planet. And for some reason he is letting me off the hook, would be good to know the why. This is a little thrilling, right? I mean, half of the reason that I do my non-legal activities is for the thrill. It's exhilarating. The planning, the execution, and the success. I never know what could happen. So many unforeseen things can happen. And surpass everything is the better feeling ever. And right now I have the chance to dance another type of dance. A dance of two. A dangerous tango where I can be arrested on the spot if I annoy him, or I can make a good impression on him and maybe have a little leverage on the case that he doesn't feel so merciful in the future. We never know. Maybe his ignoring me tonight is a one-time thing. Would be good to know. Letting the bag on my escape route, I start to approach him slowly like I'm approaching a dangerous animal. In no time I'm by his side. I look at the side of his face and see his eyes in that blue pattern again. Is he watching for crimes? Searching for something? Why are you still here? I hear his voice for the first time tonight. Is a deep and clear voice that appears to reverberate in my bones. Even his voice is sexy to. What? This is a free country. And isn't it nice to have the company of a beautiful woman on this chilly night? I say flirtatiously while putting my elbow on his shoulder. Are you assuming that just because I haven't arrested you early, you are free to do as you please? He says without even looking at me. Well, maybe. And I'm curious about this too. Why are you letting me go away? Is it because of my good looks? I bat my eyelashes at him. Or is it the opposite and I'm too ugly to receive your attention? I say with a sigh while going closer and passing a finger on his face. That's a sharp jawline. Is this man perfect? He slaps my hand away and says, Don't act familiar, Black Cat. You're just one decision of mine away from going to jail. He finally looks at me. Come on, we're already super close. A minute ago you are very deep in my uterus. I say coyly. And you know about little me? I'm flattered. That's it. I don't know, he doesn't change expression or anything, but I can see that he relaxed a little. The tension is gone. You remember me of someone. I heard him whisper while he shakes his head almost imperceptibly and goes to watch the city again. And obviously I need to know about criminals in New York, it's part of the job. Taking advantage of the momentum and the fact that the mood improved, I decide to continue. So, what are you doing? Searching for a meta with a mind control ability that is using it to do the worst thing that a man can do with a woman using the said power. He answers darkly. Oh, that's bad. I have my own bad experience to confirm. There are people with that sort of power, huh? Are you gonna catch him? I ask, I'm trying. Wanna come? Hell no, I'm not gonna approach this bastard, not even a mile close. I say. And here I thought that you want to be my sidekick. What? Who wants to be your sidekick? I ask, raising my voice a little. The cheekiness of this guy. Well, you're still sticking around. You're using my colors. Even the hair. If you want it so badly, I can put you on probation. Probation, my perfect pale ass. I'm using these clothes way before you appear, mister. I retort. He doesn't answer. And I'm feeling that he is messing with me. I just want to know why you did nothing to me. Just say so and I will be a good girl. Or maybe I will do the exact opposite, and be a bad girl if you want, I say again flirtatiously. I rarely get involved if it's not a life-threatening situation. People are already accusing me of vigilantism. I have no responsibility in protecting the possession of rich people that are using it as money laundering. He answers, Oh, so this is why this new batch of jewels arrived. You didn't hurt anyone and you didn't steal anything of cultural value. So I don't care. He finishes before going silent again. Okay, do not hurt anyone, and don't steal things with cultural value. Noted. Don't feel relieved so early. Maybe next time I will think that will be good for you to spend some years behind bars. Set you on the right path. He says, throwing a bucket of cold water on me. I pout, so mean. And the right path is so boring. Why don't I take you on a ride out of the right path, Eidolon? I can show you some interesting things, I say, and he rolls his eyes. Don't flirt if you have no intention of backing it up. It just makes you look childish. He says, excuse me? Who said I won't back it up? I continue sultrily. He snorts and then, the world moves. No, I'm the one that is moved. When I realize, I'm with my back pressed against a wall. Eidolon's large frame pressed against mine. He uses his index finger to move my chin up. His face is now very close to mine. If I were paying attention, I would see that there's no mirth or flirt in his eyes. But I'm not paying attention. For a moment the world goes black and no air goes to my lungs. Without thinking I shove him away. And even with the great difference in strength between us, he moved away. I bend forward a little and take big breaths. I'm sorry, that was a little insensitive of me. Are you okay now? I hear his voice soothingly close. I look up and see his eyes, there's worry and a little pity in them. I don't need to be pitied by anybody. Even if you're the strongest or whatever in the world. I'm sorry. He says again that I was not there to help you. He finishes and I can see that he truly means it. Like is some sort of responsibility that he has to take care of me and he failed. I snort, forget about it. I say straightening up. In truth, I'm grateful really. And I am. Strangely, I thought I was over that thing. That I was finally free. I trained and trained to murder that son of a bitch and he dies run over by a bus before I get him. Is disappointing but life goes on. Is good that he is dead. After training and improving myself to never feel that helpless again and I finally became stronger and better than normal people. It's not easy to put me at a disadvantage now. After this, I have taken my father's mantle and went to have fun as Black Cat. My confidence slowly grew back, and I even start using my assets to my advantage here and there. Is not above me tricking some stupid and horny men to make them lower their guards or give me something. I can even flirt and touch men without feeling disgusted, but when I'm in control, this move of his, I was not in control at all. For a moment I felt like I was back at that time. Weak and fragile Felicia Hardy. I'm still this weak? Or is it just because he is the strongest man alive doing a move on me? Shaking my head, I dispel these thoughts. Whatever, he proved his point. I'm just a balloon full of hot air. Looking at him more seriously now, I say, I'm going now. Is your last chance to stop me? Is my turn to not even look at him? I grab my bag and start giving little jumps to build momentum. Take care. He says sincerely. This guy is strange. Not in a bad way at least. I Dolan POV well, this could have gone better. I think now I almost feel bad for replacing the stolen jewels with rocks. TSK is it. But I can't let her go off the hook so easily. I have no interest in arresting her, but I can't pull off a Batman and play a little and let her go. Is pathetic. Instead of playing, is better to not even start. And she is starting to distract me. I always joke about this Sigma male grind set, hee. In my last life is a funny meme with ridiculous rules like, don't pay taxes, kick kids, and goes to sleep 3 a.m. and wakes up 2 a.m. But like all jokes, there's a little of the truth. I can't allow myself to be distracted by women. The great trap to any men. This world is dangerous. I can't be caught lacking because I'm chasing skirts. As a male teenager, obviously I want to get intimate with a great number of hot women in spandex here. And my many waifus in other worlds. But I can do this in other worlds. Not in my home universe. Heck, if I want to bang Black Cat, I can use D4C to go to another universe and do it there. No consequences, no strings attached. Hooking up with the female heroes and villains here can bring annoying consequences that make it all not worth it. I'm really more mature, huh? In the past I would never refuse booty, but now. Maybe it's the powers. Maybe it's the death of my parents. Maybe it's the fact that I'm aware that this world is dangerous. Who knows? I have to say that I'm impressed with my own willpower. I don't even used X-ray on her. And in any other female till now. Giving a quick look at the now far away backside of Black Cat, I save it on the memory. Damn, putting my stoic face is good and all, but damn, that leather looks is painted in her body. Benzadius, PT/BR to God bless that. Black Cat is as beautiful as Mary Jane, with a body more developed. Damn, Peter. Now I know where all of your luck goes. Patting myself on the back for my self-control, I go back to complete my objective of today. Did I already say that actively searching for a specific person or thing using my powers sucks? Yes, I will say it again. It sucks. I have many powers that are very useful too. feel my surroundings, maybe mimicking the divine/spiritual sense of that Shinxia/wuxia novel. Or a pseudo-cosmic awareness if you want to bring it to Marvel terms. The Force, the advanced observation hockey that allows me to see the color of people's feelings and overall aura, the technique Ren from Nin, many quirks that improve my senses and Homelander and Inuyashiki super senses, telepathy and empathy and others. It's not a stretch to say that I can know everything about New York if I want. A limited form of omniscience. But it's not a pleasant feeling. Maybe it's my still mortal body and mind, but feeling other people's feelings, emotions, thoughts, presences, aura and even feeling them like I'm touching them directly is disgusting. Maybe it would not be so bad if it is some pleasant things, but humans are assholes. And even when they are not, the great mix of feelings is horrendously unpleasant. Like you take all possible sauces and mix them. Simply not sit well in your mouth. Using my power at its full potential left a bad taste in my mouth, a headache, and makes my skin crawl. Fortunately for me, my brain is overdeveloped and copes with the plethora of information that I receive. Information that no normal human could take without overloading their own capabilities and becoming a vegetable. Let's start small. I whisper. Letting go of the restraints that prevent me from suffering from sensory overload, I start hearing everything in New York. Zien hieses bzbmi butoyulaspiritmuani bzzt, ugh. After some seconds I start to get used to it and even discern some words and phrases. Identify who is talking, if is a woman or a man. I'm very adaptable. You. Take, foot dash, idol dash, tomo dash, love, over, shit, mama, help. The secret is multitasking. Hearing everything at the same time without the words overlapping is hard. Knowing the position and who is talking is a good way to distinguish the voices and make complete phrases that make sense. I seriously need help to do this. Fuck off, asshole. Mama, tell me a story. Where are you looking, huh? Dear, he is only a friend. HNG Idolin. Make me your whore. No, 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 no. When I see you again. I'm not wearing anything underneath, son of a bitch. Now I can hear everything. From the faintest of whispers to the loudest screams. Normally, I would just pay attention if someone shouts. If I hear the distress in someone's voice. And some keywords like help, police, and idolin. Obviously filtering these words is a pain in the ass. And generally take a second to me, pay attention, and see if it is really something worthy of notice. One day I hear a couple role-playing. An awkward moment to say at least. Tomorrow, I want this paper on my table. Hee hee you silly. Asterisk whistle asterisk hey, baby wanna have some fun? We have a 211 in the dash. Now that I'm comfortable hearing everything, I up my game. My empathic powers start enveloping the city. I also help a little where is needed. A telekinetic blast throws a mugger on the wall. I chokehold a rapist and hold a bike that would crash against a car. I trained hard with telekinesis after my fight with Thor. The first damage that I received in that fight is because I'm concentrating on saving some people. It's not as easy as it sounds to hold people telekinetically over long distances. If I'm not careful, my grip will be too weak and will be useless or will be too strong and crush them. Like trying to hold a soap bubble with dry hands. Because of that moment of distraction, where I held people falling without crushing or killing them by whiplash, I received a full blow of Mjolnir right on the face. The Mjolnir that is one of the strongest weapons in the universe. That one time going back to Thor traveled at FTL and destroyed planets on its path without giving a fuck. Luckily I became intangible rapidly and only lost my teeth. But not anymore. One error is okay, is human, but repeating the same mistake is stupidity. Now I can use my telekinesis very well in the range of the city. I mean, if asked to do a meticulous task like solving a Rubik's Cube on the other side of the city, I would have a hard time. But I'm improving. Now that I'm comfortable hearing anything in the city, it's time to take away the excess. Filter what is not important. Using my many empathic powers, I started feeling the places and people with negative feelings. And is a lot. I will focus on only hearing them for now. Why are you doing this? How could you? No, baby, please don't leave me. If you stop it now, I can forget about it. You worthless piece of dash, I hate you. Focusing even more where I feel the despair, helplessness, bleakness. Disgusting. Like a myriad of bugs and worms crawling on my skin. No. Please. No one care anyway. I don't want to do this anymore. I stop only hearing their voices. I focus on the people. Searching their biotype, seeing if there's any abnormality. If this doesn't work, I will need to step up and use full-fledged telepathy. But I want to spare myself from the unpleasant experience. This would be much easier if my power manipulation was stronger. Power manipulation's greatest weakness/restriction is the range. Normally, any Omega-level power could span for miles and miles. This includes feeling the thing that you control. Metals, mines, ice, the weather. All other Omega-level metas can control and feel their domain from far, very far. This doesn't apply to my own meta power. To copy, steal, and feel a power, I need close contact. Well, but considering the possibility of eventually having all others' powers is worth it. Very fair. In truth, my power is on the bottom level of the Omega powers. Potency-wise, what I mean is that there's room for growth. The quirk, All for One, itself could be considered an alpha-level power even here on Marvel. I used 8 power boost cards to help the quirk bypass the threshold and become a low Omega level power. In the future, if I dump more power boost cards on it, I will probably be capable of feeling powers from far and even copying without contact, understanding the nature of someone's power just by looking at them, etc. The problem is that I don't know how many power boost cards will be needed for that. There's no indicator bar to show when the power or item will have a breakthrough and become better qualitatively. For all I know, maybe we'll take hundreds of power boost cards to power manipulation to go beyond Omega level. What doesn't make too much sense if Omega level means unlimited potential, but this is how Marvel rolls. While I think about this, I hear it. When I'm almost losing hope and going to use other unpleasant means, I hear. What should we do tonight, Jessica? An overly sweet and nauseous voice said in a Hell's Kitchen. The voice has affection, lust, and a hint of mockery, but is out of place. A misplaced affection, like you're talking with a pet. Focusing my attention on the place, I murmur. Got you. Before disappearing while exercising my powers on the purple bastard. Third-person POV. In the MCU, he is called Kevin Thompson and has a very different backstory from his comic counterpart, Zebediah Kilgrave, a former Soviet spy that received his powers by accident. It didn't take long for him to slowly start using it for personal gains. And slowly but surely his actions start to become even more evil and depraved. Right now Kilgrave is, with his, saying in his own words, great acquisition, Jessica Jones. This relationship has lasted for a few months, since December last year. Kilgrave has stumbled on Jessica using her superhuman strength to help someone that was being mugged. Unlucky to her, her good action was rewarded awfully. Now in a shady hotel in Hell's Kitchen, because of Kilgrave's purple skin, he doesn't have many options to go out and have a normal life. But even in this shady building, the interior of his room is filled with extravagant furniture and other expensive items like a huge bed and fancy clothes. Kilgrave is now admiring his thrall. Jessica Jones is slim and can even be considered a tiny woman with black hair and eyes. Her small body contrasts with her power. She looks very fragile but can give Captain America a run for his money. Kilgrave likes to make Jessica wear fancy clothes with purple colors, and right now she is using a long sleeveless dress of the color purple. Her face is impassive, but it is possible to see the unwillingness in her eyes. But it's also possible to see the lack of brightness in her eyes, meaning that she gave up on hope a long time ago. So beautiful, Kilgrave says, approaching the standing Jessica. He runs his hand gently over her face and goes slowly down, running his fingers over her nose, mouth, neck. His hand stops on her shoulder. He toys with the strap of her dress before pulling it slowly from her shoulder, leaving one of her breasts bare. "What should we do tonight, Jessica?" he says with a smile that only makes repulsion and despair appear in Jessica's eyes. And then it happens. Kilgrave feels the world solidify around him. He can't move a muscle. The smile slowly slips off Kilgrave's purple face. The strange situation horrifies him. He can't even open his mouth. He can only move his eyes and some facial muscles. He starts sweating profusely. He wants to scream. Scream to know what is happening. Scream to know who's doing that with him. Scream to Jessica to protect him. Jessica also starts noticing the strangeness of the situation, but she can't move after the stop command of Kilgrave. If this was an anime, there would be a shot of Kilgrave feeling that is being watched. There would be huge eyes on the sky watching him coldly, and he would know that is very close to death. But this is real life. He can't feel those things. The confusion only makes his mind panic. The uncertainty and the not knowing are even more terrifying to a human. Humans are naturally afraid of dark places because they don't know what is there. This situation stretches for a few seconds, which looks like hours to Kilgrave before black mist starts to coat the walls, cover the lamps and other sources of light, and the rooms start to become cold. In no time Kilgrave is in complete darkness. He still wants to scream, but even that is taken from him. "Are you enjoying yourself before?" He hears a voice behind him, but he can't look back. A big hand grabs his head in an iron grip. "What we should do tonight?" He hears ominously closer before pain assaults his body. And he can't even scream. Eidolon POV disgusting. This is my thought after stealing Kilgrave's power. All for one description of some quirks as being appetizing is fit because my power allows me to taste powers. Powers have different shapes, flavors, and textures. It's hard to explain, but I can differentiate them after close contact. His power is very similar to Shinso's quirk, brainwash. The two are unpleasant, but Kilgrave's is much more. I wonder if it's only my personal preference. Because of my distaste with mind control, maybe I don't like the taste of related powers. Other people with different mindsets may find them more delicious. Well, whatever. I have no one to compare. My mind is strange, going sideways like that. Back to the present. After taking Kilgrave's power and storing him in the Infinity Castle, Yinai didn't kill him. The no. Is not mercy. Is hard to come across people that fit so perfectly on my will be used to better humanity conditions. He is a precious human resource, right? Or how Demiurge from Overlord would say, a bipedal sheep. Human rights don't apply to him. Making the dark mist retreat from the room, I appear in front of a shocked Jessica Jones. She was still not moving. The effects do not disappear after he loses his power? Or she just forget to move because of the situation. Telekinetically taking a sheet to cover her, I watch her move her hand unconsciously to keep the sheet around her body. So she's just shocked. I remember reading in the wiki that Kilgrave's power has many weaknesses like don't working on telepaths, people with indomitable will, and people that don't need to breathe and wearing off if he walks away for too long. He can't hurt you anymore. I say, simply making Jessica's eyes widen. And her face morphs into one of anguish and she starts bawling her eyes out while kneeling on the ground. So she is letting everything out now, huh? Protagonist charisma and speech help me now. I'm afraid of saying something that will hurt her in some way. Heck, I'm afraid that she has trauma and doesn't want a male to touch her. Let's wait for her to recover. Should be the safe choice. Jessica Jones POV. Finally. It's over? It's really over? I'm afraid of opening my eyes and seeing Kilgrave's slimy purple face with that mocking smirk. To realize that I'm still trapped in that nightmare. In the beginning I'm just crying, but then anger starts to appear as well. I punch the ground many times and practically roar to let it all out. After an unknown amount of time and being much calmer, I finally look at him. I know this guy. The new superhero that is much a hot topic as the Avengers. Eidolon. I have seen him on TV, together with that son of a bitch. I remember him commenting on how useful would be to control the mutant hero. But I know that is just fucking hot air. That motherfucker is a coward. He would never risk going 10 miles close to Eidolon. He is even more afraid recently because of the hero, always looking over his shoulder, afraid of being caught. Well, look at that. He was right about being afraid. Thank God Eidolon comes now. The human trash was thinking about running from the city with his tail between his legs. And obviously, he would take me with him. I can't even imagine how fucked up my future would be. But now is okay. Is okay, right? It's hard to believe even now. In a moment it was in a shit place, and in another everything changed. So this was what feels to be saved. Are you feeling better? I hear him talking with me in his deep and smooth voice. Strangely, I become more calm hearing him. I think I'm okay now. Good. What happened to him? I ask, my voice quivering a little. He won't hurt anyone else. I can assure you of that. Did you kill him? I ask hopefully. That guy is better 6 feet under. Heroes don't kill. He says simply, and I almost scoffed. But I don't want to discuss it with my savior. Do you have any place to go now? I would prefer you to stay with a family member. Someone who can take care of you. He says. Very considerate, but I can only think of my sister right now. And I don't want to burden her. No, this is an excuse. I'm ashamed. I'm ashamed of what that made me do. None of this is your fault, do you know? You are the victim. Don't let your mind go to these dark places. Eidolon says as if reading my mind. Maybe he is. Or maybe he just has experience dealing with cases like mine. There's my place. I want to stay alone for now. I say, standing up. I can't even meet his eyes. I'm full bullshitting right now. Okay. He finally says, do you want to take something from here? He gestures to the room. As if I just want to go away and forget everything. I hug my shoulders, covering myself with the sheet. Are you sure? He looks at me again. Your name is Jessica, right? I hear him saying it. And before I can answer, he continues. Do you know Jessica? The next days, months, or even years of your life will not be easy for you. You can take some money or something like that as compensation. You will need to stabilize many things in your life. Financial problems are not something that you will want now. If you don't need it, you can just donate later, he says, and he convinces me. I have nothing to my name now. An almost empty bank account, and I don't know how my place is going. Maybe I've already been evicted. There's a safe behind that locker, I say, pointing with my chin. Eidolon moves his hand and effortlessly moves the furniture. And then he yanks off the front of the safe like is nothing. He then makes the contents float to him. He has a good amount of money and jewels. Eidolon comments, he said one time that he wants to open a casino one day. Is one of the bastard's ambitions. Your documents are here too. Eidolon comments on passing me the things that I have when I met the motherfucker for the first time. And here, take these clothes. He says, giving me a pair of jeans, one white t-shirt, and one jacket. He turns to give me privacy, and I nearly rip this disgusting purple dress off myself. These clothes fit perfectly. Do you always carry women's clothes around? I ask, a little more relaxed. I'm always prepared. He answers. Is he some kind of Boy Scout? And how do you know my exact number? Because I'm Eidolon. Well, I think you need to find another place to stay. Eidolon says helpfully while we look at the destroyed land that used to be where I lived. Do you think? I ask sarcastically. He shrugs his shoulder. To where now? I look at him. This guy is a rare good person. I can take care of myself now. I will just search for a motel or something like that. You really don't want to meet your family, huh? He sighs. Jessica? I can understand you. You want to solve your issues alone. Get up without help. I'm a little like that too. I will go now, but promise one thing. Before the week is over you will go talk with someone you trust. He looks at me seriously. Promise me. I can't deny him, okay? You don't need to tell everything if you are not comfortable, but I advise you to vent to someone. Goodbye, Jessica. Better days will come. Believe in it. He says before simply disappearing. I take a deep breath. Jessica. Time to left all that shit behind. Hector's residence, Hector POV. As Helena and I watch TV, I multitask with a little of Nin training and reading some files about people of interest. Isabella is in the kitchen and Shago is in her house. She said that want to search for personnel to open her club. So, why didn't you show up to beat that guy? Helena asks me pointing to the TV showing Spider-Man fighting Scorpion. I'm trying to bait a bigger fish. I answer while training Yo. 60% of aura on the right arm, 40% on the rest of the body. I make the transfer while reprising my fight with Thor in my mind. I'm training to see how I would use my new acquired Nen on that fight. 40% in each leg. 20% on the rest. I started slow, very slow. But now the aura moves around my body at a good speed. 50% on right hand, 40% on my knee and 10% on the rest, is not useful in battle yet. I need to make the changes in the blink of an eye to keep up with my speed. 100% on my left cheek, heh. I'm so fast that my sources of strength can't keep with me. What bigger fish? Helenesks. Green Goblin. 55% on my right elbow, 45% on the rest. I'm very active on New York. People think that my base is here. But it's true. She says, yeah, but I don't want them to know that. Now that I'm going international, the scum will feel comfortable to crawl out of their holes. Shoe on the sword of actuation, 70% should be good enough. Villains are not stupid. I mean, most of them. If they know that there's no chance of winning, they won't show themselves. And why all this trouble to get this guy? Yes, she never saw the Green Goblin. To put on terms that you understand, he is like the weird love child of Lex Luthor and the Joker. I say while increasing the speed of mine in moving around my body. Okay, why didn't you kill the bastard yet? Do you want me to do it? Her eyes widen and she turns to me. Wait, from where did she take that crossbow? Relax, he is not as smart as Lex and he is not crazy as the Joker. His secret identity is Norman Osborn, by the way. From Oscorp. I say, showing her a hologram of the guy on my palm. Quirks are so handy. If you know his secret identity, why didn't you discreetly? She raises an eyebrow at me and passes her thumb over her neck. Hey, I'm a hero. I say, holding my laugh. She can't and she laugh out loud. Ha. Now tell me the truth. It's not enough to end him secretly. I want to end him in all possible ways. Destroy his public image, his company, his legacy, that even if he comes back, he would have no place to return. I say darkly. So I take that you have a plan. He only needs to appear and he is finished. All is in place. I smile, remembering my preparations. Tell me more. I like plans that end scummy bastards. She leans in my direction and asks conspiratorially. Our relationship really improved, huh? Well, it's like that. Beep, big fire in New Mexico. Gotta go. I say fast while already changing to Eidolon and teleporting myself kilometers high on the air. I can still hear her, tisk, even miles away. Third-person POV. Jane Foster can't concentrate. Her life took a strange turn recently. Is not common for someone's boyfriend to suddenly reveal himself as Thor, the god of thunder of Norse mythology. And there's the discrepancy between Donald Blake, the man that she has fallen for, a mild-mannered doctor, and Thor, the almighty god, one of the strongest superheroes and who knows what's more. Because Jane doesn't know Thor. Not too much at least. She would be angry with Donald Thor if he knew beforehand. Lucky to him, he doesn't. But when she accepted this craziness and starts to become more acquainted with Thor, the invasion happens and then he has to go back to Asgard. She barely knew Thor. This relationship is complicated. The relationship between the two alter egos is also complicated. It's not like Thor is wearing Donald's identity. They're the same person but at the same time different. They act differently. Donald is a normal guy. And Thor is a Viking. You can almost feel his boisterous aura and his mannerisms scream someone completely different from Donald. Well, it's not a bad thing to suddenly have a tall, blonde, blue-eyed, big hunk of a man as a boyfriend, Jane thinks. But it is hard to conciliate. And then, after the invasion, I have to go back to Asgard now. Jane. Darcy Lewis calls Jane Foster in a low voice, but the astrophysicist doesn't hear it. Thor said that he would come back eventually. But when? And if his notion of time is all screwed up because he is a long-living race, maybe he will come back in 10 years. Jane. Darcy Lewis calls again, but Jane is too deep in her thoughts to hear. So what should Jane do? Wait till she became an old and emaciated lady? Jane. Again, this time Jane heard it, but she chose to ignore it. Jane has not signed on to date the God of Thunder. Is this what she really wants? Is it even possible? Are they not too different? Jane. What? Now Jane turns around. She just wanted to contemplate in silence for a while. She is having a crisis for God's sake. There's an eidolon in the widow. Darcy points to the closed widow. They're on the second floor. There's a what on what? Eidolon is on the window woman. Look. Darcy points to the floating eidolon patiently waiting for them to finish they talk. Oh, what? Eidolon is on my window. Why didn't you tell me before? And why didn't you let him in right away? Jane exclaims, first confused then surprised. She moves fast to open the window but eidolon just phases through it. He could have done it sooner, but it would have been rude. I don't know. This is not a normal situation, don't blame me. Darcy answers while eidolon stops before the two. They go on a momentary silence. Jane doesn't know if she should say, welcome, or offer a drink. This is not an everyday situation. Eidolon is a little, scratch that, he is very intimidating. While the situation is tense, Eidolon goes to speak but Darcy beats him on it. Dibs! She exclaims, making Jane widen her eyes. Even Eidolon looks at her strangely. Darcy, you can't call dibs on someone like this. Jane whispers while giving her assistant a look. What? You can't hoard all super powerful hot guys to yourself. Is not fair. Darcy answers outraged, making Jane blush. She doesn't know if she feels more embarrassed by what Darcy said or by the fact that she spoke in front of Eidolon. But Eidolon chuckles and whatever embarrassing mood disperse with his laugh. You're funny, Ms. Lewis. Sorry to intrude, by the way. Please, there's no need to become nervous. Eidolon. Big fan. Darcy suddenly exclaims and goes to hug Eidolon. Damn, you're tall. It's understatement. Darcy is 5'3" 1.60, while Eidolon is 6 feet 4 inches, 1.93. The discrepancy became even more obvious when she hugs Eidolon. Can I take a picture? Darcy. There's no photo of Eidolon with fans on the internet. To Eidolon this is a little of a novelty. He didn't interact much with people other than cops, heroes, or criminals. He's never had anyone fangirling over him. Who sure? He answers. Jane, take a picture of us. Darcy quickly gives her smartphone to Jane before going back to Eidolon. She even goes under his mantle and covers herself with it. Darcy. Jane says tired, relax, he doesn't care, right? See? Take a picture. Will be the first picture of Eidolon with a fan in the world. Darcy says, in truth, would be the second. Eidolon reveals. Remembering the selfie that he took jokingly with Jean and asking himself if she still had it. Damn. Well, the second is good enough. Darcy shrugs her shoulder. She still goes under Eidolon's mantle, her head popping out of one of the mantle slits, and she smiles. Jane relents and just takes the picture. Snap here, now get out here. You're making him uncomfortable. Jane says, returning Darcy her smart. No, I'm not. Oh, I'm gonna post this now. This will distract her for a few minutes. Jane says, making Eidolon chuckle. She is very enthusiastic. Eidolon says uncertainly, you could say that. But you were saying something before. Jane decides to go back to the topic. Darcy's antics are already embarrassing enough, no need to talk more about that. I'm just checking to see if everything is okay. I promised Thor that I would take care of you guys. And I was close because of a fire in a nearby factory. Eidolon explains. By the way, he suddenly became serious. Did you know that you are being monitored? He says and raises his hand, and many small objects fly to his outstretched palm. Cameras, hearing devices, wires. What the hell? Darcy exclaims, and Jane would too if she was not so shocked. Shield there across the street. Eidolon turns to a window facing the street and waves his hand. Even in the bathroom. Dick move. But everyone monitoring you is female, so Fury is at least a little considerate, I think. Eidolon lets all devices fall on the ground. And there's a lot. They can't do that. There are laws preventing this. Against this. Invading my privacy and violating my home. Jane is reasonably angry. Eidolon just takes her rant calmly and finally says when she is out of breath, they're spies. Laws are to normal people, Miss Foster. And is true. No laws apply to the one with the power. Be it money, the status of being a politician/spy or holding whatever position of power, or just simply being powerful like Eidolon. If they come to talk to you, they will say, that is to your protection, can be. But, Eidolon says and just shrugs his shoulders, letting the two take their own conclusions. And they will come, by the way. Now that I revealed them. Be prepared. Scream if you need help. Okay, thank you. Jane says, distracted, are you okay? Eidolon asks, looking at her closely. Yeah, of course. Jane starts talking before being interrupted. No, she is not. Darcy intervenes. She has been a wreck since the invasion. Darcy, if you want to blurt out, I'm all ears, Miss Foster. I can imagine that you find yourself in a difficult and unique situation. Eidolon says politely. Jane's first instinct is to just say no. But she thinks more and concludes that if there is someone that she can talk about, that is Eidolon. Even if he is a super powerful guy, he is still a human. At least was raised as one, right? She is not sure. There are many theories that Eidolon was made in a lab, that he is thousands of years old, and that he lives on the moon. But she can at least try to talk to him. Maybe he can help. It's really difficult, Eidolon says while sitting on a couch. Jane is in front of her and Darcy as his side, too close to comfort. But he just ignore her. I myself just met Thor on that same day, so I can't speak for him, but let me say something. Eidolon continues. I'm giving many pep talks lately. Well, whatever. Eidolon thinks. Is not a bad thing. Many big problems in Marvel always start with small things or misunderstandings. If he can stop something bad from happening with a little 10-minute talk, he would be more than happy. It is not just about avoiding disasters. His meta-knowledge could help to take someone faster from some depressive thoughts, like with Captain America or Jessica, by using his protagonist speech. Is also a good way to check the person's personality and see what version of the character he is dealing with. There are simply too many versions of characters in so many universes. For all he knows, everyone could be evil here. Eidolon starts talking. By what you said, you and Thor himself just discovered recently that he is something more. You guys just don't have the time to figure out how to work all of this. And now you are here all alone with 1,000 thoughts. Stagnate without the opportunity to take action. Is no wonder that your mind you go into dark places. He says, to this, you will have to wait for Thor. If he said that he will come back, he will come back. And he lived for a long time among us, so do not worry. He must be familiar with our concept of time. He will not appear 10 years from now thinking that just passed 2 days. The main problem is that apparently Loki damaged the Bifrost. Eidolon put his fingers on his chin, and probably there will be so many problems for him to take care of now. So it should take some months. He says, and watching Jane sigh makes him go assure her again, but he will come back. That's for certain. And he decides to continue. You know that spell that he is put under? The mind control of Amora apparently doesn't create feelings from nothing. She just transfers pre-existing feelings to her. Eidolon gave Jane a look. That means that Thor loves you very much. I don't know how your relationship will work from now, but I believe that he really wants to take things seriously with you. The fact that he discovered himself as a god of thunder changes nothing. After Eidolon finished, Jane smiles a little. Eidolon doesn't give her an answer, because he doesn't have one, but he managed to calm their nerves. Sincerely, Hector doesn't believe that the relationship between Thor and Jane has a future. His own prejudice against super/normal relationships and his meta-knowledge make up his mind. But it's not like he will sabotage the thing. Right now, Jane is a good thing to Thor. He will let the two of them figure it out on their own. Who knows? Maybe in this universe it will work out. By the way, Loki and Amora, were only able to capture Thor because they used an image of you as a bait. He adds to emphasize how much Thor cares for Jane now. He remembers that in that movie Jane tried dating new people because Thor stayed away for months and she didn't know how Thor felt. He can help him with that now. You know, Miss Foster, one of my mottos is, suffering for anticipation is suffering more than necessary. Don't torture yourself with dark thoughts. Take this time to focus a little on yourself and your research. When Thor comes back you guys can talk. Eidolon advises. Jane appears to be in thought. I think that you're right. You know, the reveal that aliens exist just makes my work even more exciting. And here I'm all depressed. She lets out a sigh and Eidolon sees that her expression it's much better now. Thank you, Eidolon. She says gratefully. I consider Thor my friend already, is only natural that I help. He shrugs with a smile in his eyes. So wise. Darcy says dreamily while caressing Eidolon's chest. Darcy hand. Jane facepalms what? Darcy asks slowly like nothing is wrong. I'm just checking if his heart is beating. Hector finds it funny, but he keeps a stoic face. Answer me something, Eidolon? Jane suddenly goes to ask, go on. Is true that, while Thor was under the control of Amora, they got intimate? Jane asks looking into Eidolon's eyes. Eidolon remembers Amora kissing Thor, and Thor reciprocating because of the spell. I haven't seen that happening, and I arrived early. He lies, a guy needs to cover for his brothers. If Thor wants to come clean with Jane, his decision. Eidolon has nothing to do with it. Jane nods, accepting Eidolon's answer. Now I need to go. Eidolon say while getting up. Already? Darcy asked willingly. Yeah. I'm sure that we will meet again. He says, all right, let me open the door to you this stage. Jane starts but stops. Where did he go? I don't know. I looked away a second and he disappeared. Darcy says unsure. Mutant town/ghetto, night some days later. Mutant Ghetto is a remote part of New York where roughly 1,000 mutants, or what they are starting to be called nowadays, metahumans, live. Similar to what happened with the segregation of black people in the first half of the 20th century, the mutants live isolated from the rest of the city because they will not receive the same treatment as their fellow humans out there. Even if there's no law openly discriminating against mutants, there are no laws defending them either. The mutant ghetto is the place where the metas can have normal lives without being lynched or worse. Water, electricity, and other vital amenities reach the place. So is livable. But the whole ghetto is very much poor. Commerce only happened between them and sometimes things that the gangs smuggle from outside. Normal people sometimes visit, most of the part with bad intentions. And the one with good intentions usually wants to visit the strip clubs or brothels to see the exotic goods. Police patrols are scarce and generally they just bully the locals. throwing their little authority around on the lesser people. Most of the inhabitants have very weak powers with changes in appearance. So it is difficult to defend themselves in the case of some extremist anti-mutant groups appearing to do some cleanse. So the people here are generally under the protection of gangs. There are only 2 gangs in the whole ghetto. And unfortunately is the best prospect of rising in life in these parts. People with a little better powers became criminals for lack of options. Right now, Callisto and Caliban are waiting to meet one of these gangs. Well, long time no see, Callisto. I'm almost thinking that you forget Lilo Elmi. A man approaches accompanied by only another. The 2 are in formal attire. But while the first that talked has an appearance that resembles a businessman, the other man's vibe screams hitman. The first man, and obviously the boss, is Frankie Zapruder, one of the 2 gang bosses of Mutant Town. He is a fat man, middle-aged man, that has no unusual features but is his power that makes him live in the ghetto. His power is mood odor, self-explanatory, which makes him emit different odors based on his mood. When he has negative emotions like anger and anxiety, he emits a bad smell. And when he is happy, he smells good. Callisto at the moment can smell that he is in a good mood. The man accompanying Frankie is Vincent, also known as Zippermouth. Like his codename, his distinctive feature is his huge mouth that goes from ear to ear. His power is a simple empathic ability that allows him to scan people in his environment and determine their moods and intentions. It is useful to be a bodyguard. Zippermouth narrows his eyes a little when he spots Callisto and Caliban. The world is going crazy, just keeping my head down for a bit. Callisto says, making Frankie scoff. You can say that. Things are pretty difficult lately. A man needs to do everything to survive. Frankie says while lighting a cigar. Like kidnapping and selling our fellow targets. Callisto receives Eidolon's commands telepathically and throws all pretenses out the window. Her declaration makes Frankie pauses. Before he starts laughing, "Ha! You're smarter than you look, girl." He says without any shame, "I choose the winning side. I would make you an offer to join, but I know that you're a pain in the ass with all that responsibility bullshit and you will fetch for a good price. You're a better breed than us, right, Vincent? You think that you're winning? Just wait till Eidolon come for your ass." Callisto says, looking angry. But Zippermouth finds it strange that she is not as angry as she looks. Haha, did you learn nothing in all these years, girl? Frankie laughs even more before looking at her. God doesn't care about us. Did you think the all-powerful Eidolon will care? He must be very happy receiving head pats and belly rubs with his fellow Avengers. The odor that is emitting becomes even more prominent. At this moment, Zippermouth grows even warier. Callisto doesn't show anger because of Frankie's mockery. In truth is the opposite. Zippermouth can feel scorn and satisfaction. Sir, there is something strange. Zippermouth starts saying and already reaching out for his pistols. But he is punched in the face and knocked out instantly. Mikhail appears from nowhere, making the smirk that Frankie wore slip off from his face. Grabbing the gang boss by the necklace, Mikhail's shoulder throws him onto the ground. Arg! Frankie gasps for air while on the ground. Not so smug now, huh? Scum! Callisto says while stepping on Zapruder's chest. Girl, you don't know on what are you getting yourself into? Hee hee. He gives an ugly smile. What? Are you talking about the hidden squad surrounding us? Callisto says, shocking Frankie. Wadash! And before he could finish, the many soldiers just drops from the sky unceremoniously. Frankie's eyes widen and he asks, how? And the answer appears to him, on the form of Eidolon slowly landing on the ground. Damn, man. Callisto closes her nostrils with her hand. That is the most fetid that you ever have been. She mocks the mouth-agape gang boss. So they plan to ambush and capture us tonight? No wonder he agreed to the meeting so easily. Caliban says, looking at the unconscious soldiers. It appears that my presence makes them have a little shortage of goods. Eidolon comments calmly. So they targeted the Morlocks. Mikhail finishes the thought, only business, huh? Motherfucker. Callisto kicks Frankie on the ground. These people are not from here. They are too well equipped. Mikhail says while checking the people that Eidolon dropped. A third party? The client. Care to tell me more, Frankie Zapruder? Eidolon eyes the criminal coldly. Mikhail grabs Frankie, bringing him to his knees. Go fuck yourself. The gang boss says before spitting on Eidolon. It never reached the black-clad hero, but Mikhail punches Frankie in the stomach and making him cough blood nonetheless. Do you think you won? You have no idea what is happening right now, huh? While you're here. Frankie continues while gasping for air, but Eidolon completes to him. Another squad is being led by Daniel Kaufman to attack the place where the Morlocks live. Frankie's eyes just grow more. Is this guy really a god? He thinks while his odor only grows in intensity. Kaufman will find a good surprise there. Callisto laughs. Now, Mr. Zapruder. Who is your client? Eidolon asks with an extra something in his voice. I don't know. Frankie can't resist but answer truthfully. You don't know Callisto was ready to punch him, but Eidolon stops her. He can't lie. This is one of my powers. Eidolon says before continuing. How do you contact your customer? And where do you deliver the people that you kidnap? Eidolon starts the interrogation. On the sewers, Daniel Kaufman, or Shaky, is the other gang boss of the mutant ghetto. He is also a middle-aged man on a business suit. He has long black, but his hairline is receding on a widow's peak. His power is simply generating high amounts of adrenaline. And even if it gives him above-average strength, it also makes him prone to fits of rage. He usually vents his frustrations on his bodyguard by beating him up. His bodyguard is a tall blonde man full of scars. Jimmy Damiano, or Mr. Punch, doesn't feel pain, as well as being Shaky Kaufman's bodyguard. He is also his punchback. But right now Mr. Punch is not faring very well. Him and many others are unconscious on the ground. Some are even dead. All because they met Gigantomachia. Shaky, right now, is paralyzed, even with great bursts of adrenaline in action takes over him before the giant of a man blocking his path. This should have been an easy job. Frankie Zapruder captures the strongest Morlocks in the meeting place and he goes to raid the place full of the rest of the scum. The client lent many well-equipped and well-trained soldiers. It should have been a walk in the park, but is over before they even have a chance to fight. Master said to capture alive. But so weak. So weak. Why? Why so weak? Now I killed many. I failed Mystere. Machia screams while crying rivers. Calm down, Machia. Eidolon's voice can be heard through the palantir on Machia's neck. Master. Machia gently grabs the crystal ball gently. I don't blame you. Just clean the corpses and catch the ones alive. Stay on guard for the rest of the night. Eidolon says before cutting the communication off. Machia nods before obeying. Back to Eidolon after contacting Machia, Eidolon turns to everyone and uses compress to capture Frankie and the others, and store them in one of his mantle pockets. He already has all the information he wants. It's time to raid some labs. Mikhail, you come with me. The rest go back. Callisto, in the future we will take control and disperse the gangs of Mutant Town. Try to collect information when you can. Eidolon says, making Callisto nod. Grabbing Mikhail telekinetically, Eidolon starts flying. From the soldier's own mouth we have their base. There are 8 that really matter here in New York. 2 of them are where they do the experiments. You and I will go on the main base, and I already sent Lady Jade and Huntress on the secondary base. Eidolon says while they stop above an apparently abandoned factory. And the other 6 places? Mikhail asks, are places to store weapons, to keep they people and escape routes. I got that covered too. Eidolon says before raising his hand, a mouth appears on the palm of his hand and black ectoplasm starts being regurgitated. Using Ectoplasm Sensei clone quirk is better than twice one because the clones are more resistant and is possible to control them. Eidolon can also duplicate himself thanks to Dark Danny's powers, but his limit is just making 2 of himself for now. And his power drops a little when he splits himself. After a dozen of clones be formed, they fly away without a word to the designated places. There are many soldiers with rifles and pistols. Some people with power and many hostages. Be careful. Eidolon conveys the situation inside the place that he can see with his X-ray vision. Try not to kill any scientist, especially one using a blue coat and with a big mustache. And Eidolon pauses. So is this plot. Let's go, Mikhail. Just take care of the goons. Eidolon says before dipping down. Fucking Deadpool. He mutters before invading the place. Mikhail can dispatch any henchman easily. His mobility coupled with his physical capabilities made him the terror of these low-level goons. Especially in a closed space like that. Hector checks his fight a little and finds similarities with the opening scene of an X-Men movie where Nightcrawler invades the White House. Punch and disappearing, kicking and disappearing, grabbing one guy and giving him a screwdriver, and before hitting the ground he is already choke holding another guy. Is one-sided. After ending all the soldiers on this floor, he hears a ding the elevator. Someone is coming. Readying himself, he waits for the double doors of the elevator to open, revealing only one person. A woman. Mikhail thinks Hector almost laughs at the situation while he keeps tabs on everything in the building. Mikhail just met Angel Dust, the woman that fought Colossus, Mikhail's brother, in the Deadpool movie. There's really destiny? Eidolon muses to himself while he does his own things in another part of the lab. The tall, black-haired woman says nothing while slowly approaching Mikhail. She crackles her knuckles while getting ready for the fight. And she suddenly gets a right hook on the face. Although Mikhail is a little bit of an old-fashioned guy, he is not Colossus. He is not a gentle person. And he is with Eidolon, so he is also an advocate of true gender equality. Angel Dust is brought to her knees by the punch, but she gets up, surprising Mikhail. It appears that you are not a normal member of the fairer sex. I will treat you as such, Mikhail says before putting on a fighting stance. Angel Dust throws herself at him, trying to grab his waist and slam him against the wall. But Mikhail just disappears and lets her go head first on the concrete. Appearing behind her, he grabs her vest and pulls her from the wall before slamming her on the wall again. And again. And again. And again. Till she roars and grabs his arm and slams Mikhail on the wall. She tries giving him a punch in the face. But Mikhail blocks her forearm by not allowing her to build momentum and headbutts her. She gives some steps back after the hit, but Mikhail is also hurt. You are harder than expected. Good. I can try that thing on you. Mikhail says, rubbing his forehead. Mikhail's fists start to glow in a blue light. His powers are evolving. Initially, he could only blink across space. But the truth of his powers is much more complex. Spatial warping allows him to manipulate subatomic matter and warp energy by altering their wavelengths to an unknown degree. In addition to using it to teleport, he also can use it offensively. And he is slowly figuring it out after Eidolon throws some light on the true nature of his power. Mikhail goes for another punch. Angel Dust blocks, but her forearm bends a little. She widens her eyes, feeling her broken bone. Mikhail does not give any more time before burying his other fist in her face. Eidolon POV. Oh, Mikhail finished on his side. I should wrap things around here too. Well, I already finished. I captured Ajax and the leading scientist Dr. Emery's Killebrew. He was not in the movies, he is a geneticist and worked on the Weapon X project, but now he is here on the workshop, or whatever he calls this endeavor. I have seen his mind. Many important people finance these things. Before I call the police and the inevitable arrival of S.H.I.E.L.D., I will throw everything on the internet. The idiot let their files here with true names. Weirds. Will be good for PR. People think that metas don't suffer. That we're blessed with powers and have easy lives. Let's slap their faces with a little of grim reality. I will keep most of the scientists to myself to use them as human resources. If they do it with others, I can do it with them, right? Now I will rescue the victims. Seriously, trying to awaken the meta gene using torture is another level of fucked up. Yes, it's proven that many times is in moments of distress that the powers awaken, but whatever. These guys think that we are disposable. So what if 9 out of 10 die? Now I need to address the elephant in the room. Or better yet, the red and black anti-hero in the room. Motherfucker. Why in all timelines a big Russian guy and his edgy sidekick need to stop me from killing that evil British shitstick? Deadpool rants while trapped in my force field bubble. Wait, is this his fourth wall awareness? I'm curious, but I'm not touching him with power manipulation or telepathy even if I'm paid with the Infinity Stones. And he just compared me with Negasonic Teenage Warhead? I'm much cooler and I'm not the sidekick. Mikhail is the sidekick. Shut up, Deadpool. Ajax will never hurt anyone more. Why didn't you go back to Vanis Dash? I start but he interrupts me. Not even start you protagonist bullcrap to me, mister. I'm not buying it. Just lend me that cockfistle for a second to me to finish everything. Damn it, I wasted weeks tracking that evil Muppet and you arrive and blue ball me. Well, if you searched him as an Ajax instead of Francis, maybe you would have finished it a lot sooner. I say. Damn it, because of this you're the main character? He exclaims. What bullshit he's talking about? I'm the main character? Oh no, I'm on a fanfic, aren't I? Shit, who's the author? I hope someone above 12 years old. Jokes aside, maybe Wade is really crazy. Maybe this is real life and he has some sort of hallucinations that makes him think that he is on a comic or whatever. So he thinks that he is talking with the audience. But maybe he is right. And so what? What changes? Did my acts are decided by the writer? Or the writer receives inspiration from my actions? Who is controlling who? Who comes first, the egg or the chicken? Whatever, nothing good comes of thinking about that. If you're there, give me a package of goth girls on the next gacha. Thank you. Author, no. Dim? Did I just hear something? I must be imagining things. Stop cursing, Wade. You're annoying me. I say to the anti-hero, fuck you, this story is R18. He answers but I decide to be a little more threatening. Deadpool, maybe you're taking this too lightly. I say, narrowing my eyes and making the ball force field shrink, squeezing him. I just saw you killing a bunch of people. I can very well give you the same treatment. In truth, I think that you're too much trouble. A liability. Maybe I should end you right here and right now. So, what can you say to change my mind? I ask the now trembling Deadpool. He slowly raises his hands in surrender and goes to speak. Martha? Okay, he's good. Xavier Institute, Jean Grey P. Check this out. I hear Kitty calling me while I just walk through the door of our room. Rogue and Jubilee are present too. Our relationship improved overall and continued good even after Rogue is cleansed from Eidolon's influence. She even kept some habits of him, like jogging every morning, and she is training and studying more seriously now. What is it? Aika's approaching. Watch this. She says, showing her smartphone is a video from Eidolon. Oh, I have already seen that. Is it from that rescue of the 2 kids that are almost run over by the fleeing criminals? I say, yes, but this is after that. Just shut up and watch it. So I go to watch. Is really after Eidolon saved the children. The rescue is cool. He appears in the path of the car and extends his hand and makes the car stop. He uses that power that makes things elastic, so no one is hurt. Not even the criminals. Is interesting seeing the car deforming on his body. Are you gonna fly like a superhero? I hear the kid, a boy, asking Eidolon on the video. Fly like a superhero? Eidolon turns to the boy and kneels down to keep an eye level. I don't know how to do that. I have never gone to a hero school. He puts on an exaggerated, thoughtful expression. Hero school, like something like that exists. Wait, are we? Why you don't teach me how to do it? Idolin asks the boy, is something like that boom and goes? The child starts doing some poses like flexing the knees and raising this little fist high in the air. I see. Like this. Idolin mimics the kid. I can't help but smile. He is cute acting like that. After some more seconds, Idolin stops. I think I have a good grasp now. But how I land? Land? Yeah, the superhero landing. Do you know how to do one too? Must be something like this. And the kid demonstrates how is a superhero landing. Probably from some cartoons out there. Understood. Now I know. Thank you. And Idolin fist bumps the child before taking flight exactly like the kid said. Cute. I comment. Wait, the video has not ended. Kitty says making me look at the smartphone again. After that is shown the compilation of Idolin in action and he is doing what the kid taught him. I realized. He is doing what the kid taught him, yes. Kitty exclaims. He is too wholesome. Kitty makes an active feint on the bed. Forearm above her eyes and hand clenching on her heart. I can't. A tall and strong guy acting cute like that? The Gapmo is too much. I'm gonna die. The drama queen continues, like that video of him cooking to that little children. She comments, that one is nice too. The case is like this. A little child calls the police to denounce his father that is beating his mom. But the police think that is a prank call and it almost ended up in tragedy. The mother would be dead if Idolin didn't show up. When the police arrive, Idolin already solved everything. He took the mother to the hospital because of shock, he already healed her, and he is making lunch for the 3 kids. The cops were the ones who recorded him cooking pancakes. Seeing a super powerful guy doing normal things like that is funny. And those pancakes look good. A man of many talents. Now we know what is Kitty type. Jubilee comments at the side. Is a big stoic guy with a big heart. Like a certain metal man here on the mansion. This makes Kitty blush. Even if he is Idolin's fangirl, she has a big crush on Colossus. Everyone laughs seeing her acting timid. Shut up, y'all. She goes to look at her smartphone to hide her embarrassment. Who is that? She shows the screen of her smartphone. There's a picture of Idolin and a woman. The fan apparently. She is under his mantle, only her head is popping out and the subtitle says, safest place on earth. The photo is a little funny. Idolo is looking at her like, whose is this creature? I can't help but imagine those dangerous animals that don't care when other small animals go close. Like lions or crocodiles. Darcy Lewis? Kitty's fingers move fast and she is already searching for everything about this woman. I think that is the first picture of Idolin with a fan, no? Jubilee comments, well, not exactly. His first picture of him is with me. I think with a little pride. Idolin rarely interacts with people who are not policemen, criminals, or kids. He just do his job efficiently. Darcy Lewis, graduating on astrophysicist. Working with Dr. Jane Foster. Residence in New Mexico. Oh, this is yesterday when he stopped that fire. Kitty comments while looking at her phone. Damn woman, calm down. You look like a crazy fan. Rogue says rolling her eyes. And you're a groupie. Kitty retorts. You're the groupie. You are the one fawning over him. Rogue shots back. And you're the one using his hairstyle right now. Kitty says making Rogue splutter. I was training. This has nothing to do with him. Rogue retorts a little too much on the defensive. I decide to go check the picture myself. Wow, many likes. There are comments like, girl get on Idolin mantle, lucky bitch. Did you get a little handsy? If I was the one there I would already kneeled. Damn, women are thirsty. Someone asked if this is the first picture with a fan of Idolin and Darcy Lewis herself answered saying, he himself said that someone already has a picture with him. That is the second on the world. Oh, he remembers. I ask myself when he will come to visit. And And the readers too. Here is a little of X-Men girls to help with your guy's addiction. Is not because chronologically the visit is close, that story-wise the visit is close. Third-person POV unknown place. Raven Darkholm, the shapeshifter Meta also knows as Mystique, discreetly approaches a house on the suburbs of a quiet town. Here live her long-last friend and lover Irene Adler, also known as Destiny, a Meta with precognitive powers. They met each other almost 100 years ago. Irene is already an old woman now, fragile and walking on verging of death. But Mystique, thanks to her powers, still maintains her youth even though she is older than Wolverine. Irene, my dear, you should rest, Raven says when she finds Irene sitting in the living room. The TV is on, even if Irene can't see it. But she can hear it. Irene uses a golden mask and clothes that cover all of her body. A form of protection in the past that she is accustomed to always wearing now. I was thinking, my love. Irene answers softly, her voice weak. About what? Him. Irene signals to the TV, the reporter talking about the newly discovered workshop that creates metas. Eidolon is the point of discussion at the moment. Raven wonders how Magneto hasn't seen something like that happening. What about him? He is of no importance. Raven says she don't want Irene to burden herself with anything. I think he is of great importance. Irene says, some dreams changed. I do not see things clearly. Seeing snippets and never the full picture. I think I need to go all out. No, you can't. The burden is too much. There's no need for you to do that. Raven protests, holding Irene's hand tightly. I will not allow it. My love. It's okay. I will not live for too long anyway. I can go knowing how things end. And I can give to you some important information. Irene says. And she does not wait for Raven as she uses her power at maximum capacity. With only one word as her focus. Eidolon. She feels like she is in the middle of a kaleidoscope of images. She can see many things. Fights that can uproot skyscrapers. Gods falling. Spaceships. Invasions. Wings made of flame. Demons, angels. Planets are being blown to smithereens. Other planets growing with life. People kneeling. People fighting. Giant robots. A silver man. A purple giant. Wings of darkness. An arm going through a woman's torso. Slaughter. A pentagram shining ominously on the sky. A city enveloped in red. A floating city. Heroes versus villains. Heroes versus heroes. A huge throne. Blue eyes looking directly at her. That is enough. She hears one deep voice that looks like comes from everywhere. Don't do that again. Pa back to the present. Destiny stumbles and falls on her knees like she was hit. Irene. Raven goes quickly to help her. Irene is gasping for air. Her mask fell from her face. Her eyes are white, a result of her blindness. Her face wrinkled and with little hair on the top of her head. And on her face, on her left cheek, a red palm imprint. What happened? Ravens asks, shocked. Who hit you? She almost screams. It's okay. He saved me. She gasped for air. I almost lose myself. But, Irene interrupts her. I know what he is. She says, and something incredible happens. The palm imprint starts to fade, and as it disappears, Irene's face starts to gain color, her wrinkles disappear, her hair grows back and gains color, and even her previously murky eyes gain clarity. Irene. Raven's mouth is agape. The one standing in front of her is a young again Irene Adler. He is our best chance. She firmly declares before looking at Raven, as beautiful as ever, my love. She says, smiling, making Raven smile before the two kisses each other. After some time to acquaintance themselves again, they separate and Irene says, Raven, I need you to find someone for me. Someone that you already know. Who? Moira MacTaggart. She says, and an unknown light shines in her eyes. And cut. Hello there. Things are progressing, huh? After 3 chapters of only the MC sorting things of the gacha, it's now time to explore the Marvel world. Do you believe that there are people that called the last chapter a filler? Bitch please. These are the introductions of many plots. In this chapters, I'm preparing the terrain for future arcs like Iron Man 3, Thor 2 and a bunch of X-Men things. People complain that it's taking too long to update. But a 14K word chapter every 2 weeks to me is much better than a 2K words chapter every 2 days. What would you guys prefer? There's nothing to build on 2K worlds. Stories like that I let accumulate before reading. It would not be strange for me to upload monthly. In all my chapters there's always some interesting plot going on. Something to let the reader satisfied. I'm becoming better at this. By the way, Deadpool huh? Should I kill him? I think I would kill him if was me reincarnating on Marvel. He is so much trouble, can go crazy at any time and… Deadpool, wait. You can't kill me. I'm too sexy to die. Author, what the fuck? How? Deadpool, because I'm Deadpool. But seriously, people love me. Look above how many gifs of me they posted when I appeared. Come on. Go look. Author, stop breaking the fourth wall. And how are you here? Deadpool, please? Anyone can hack your account. Seriously, who has 177,013 as a password? You sick maniac. Author, that's it. I'm killing you next chapter. Deadpool, wait. Come on man. My girl is played by Morena Baccarin. She is Brazilian like you, we are like family already. Author, that's not how this work. Deadpool, okay, let's negotiate. I have some kinky videos here. Me and her. Author. Deadpool, and if you make your wish fulfillment MC miraculously heal my nutsack of a body. I have some old nudes here. And I have the body of Ryan Reynolds. Author. Continue. The road to heaven is paved with evil actions. Disclaimer. I own nothing. This history have no interest in offend any party. Having the sole objective of only entertain the readers. Enjoy. Nothing discloses real character like the use of power. It is easy for the weak to be gentle. Most people can bear adversity. But if you wish to know what a man really is, give him power. This is the supreme test. Robert Greene Ingersoll. Recap. In the last chapter, Eidolon has met the Black Cat and released Jessica Jones from the clutches of Kilgrave. He has a small talk with Jane Foster and goes to Mutant Town with the Morlocks, stopping a plot of the 2 gangs there. Eventually, he discovered the actions of the workshop, an offshoot of Project X. Meeting and capturing Deadpool, Eidolon saved the victims and is ready to put some plans in motion. So, I read some people talk about how they forget the plot. So I have this idea of a recap. Should I continue or nah? SHELD, or how they present themselves nowadays, the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division is, to the public, an extra-governmental counterterrorism and intelligence agency tasked with maintaining both national and global security. Well, even if it's mostly an American institution, they theoretically act in defense of the whole world. What most people don't know is the true origin and purpose of S.H.I.E.L.D. Initially created to oppose the remnants of the group Hydra, the organization is jump-started by Howard Stark in the 1960s. If a head is cut off, 2 more shall take its place. The Hydra's motto has no falsehood on the difficulty that is to destroy the organization. They have branches in many countries, making it hard to move against them. Starting with the USA, many countries began supporting and funding S.H.I.E.L.D., facilitating the creation of the World Security Council, the only group that SHIELD answers for. In no time, S.H.I.E.L.D. is taking care of all supernatural things of the world like mutants, mutates, vampires, werewolves, magic users, and most of the alien-related stuff. Fun fact, S.H.I.E.L.D. shouldn't have to take care of all these cases. Originally, it was supposed to have the creation of a sister organization together with S.H.I.E.L.D. The SWORD, the acronym for Sentient Worlds Observation and Response Department, would take care of the extraterrestrial threats while SHIELD would protect the nations from the inside danger. especially of terrorist supergroups. Due to a lack of funds and support, the SWRD never got off the paper. At that time, few believed that aliens would really threaten Earth, so it would be a waste of money to create something that big at that time. Technology is also not as good, would be a Herculean task to create space stations and other things to help to monitor the stars. So now S.H.I.E.L.D. carries in its back this whole workload of responsibilities and duties. And there's one thing that is a certified red flag to the spy organization. A thing that is directly involved with the founders. A thing that will take all of the S.H.I.E.L.D. attention and make them act seriously. Is the creation of super soldiers. Or at least the attempt to do it. Ross project that ended up creating the Hulk? S.H.I.E.L.D. was there. Oscorp and their genetically modified animals and attempts to merge with human DNA? So when a call from Eidolon, reporting that he found a lab where someone is trying to manufacture metas is received by the police, S.H.I.E.L.D. is on the case in minutes. Lady Jade and Huntress already finished on their side too. Lady Jade steps over an unconscious soldier and arrives, which is probably the main room of this facility. When Lady Jade enters the room, she sees Huntress overseeing the capture of the main culprits of this whole scheme. Black mist takes over half of the floor and scientists and some high-level security guards are taken away. Already called him? Lady Jade asks yes. Huntress answers without looking at her. Her eyes are fixated on the unconscious people on the floor. So we just need to wait. Lady Jade gives Huntress a look. You know, there's all types of fucked up shit that I'm okay with. But damn, what these guys did to that people is truly low, even for me. She comments this building where they are right now is the secondary lab, where the workshop keeps the surplus of lab subjects. There are just so many torture chambers and space, so many subjects stay as prisoners, waiting for their turn. Yes, Eidolon said that he has a use to the others, so... Huntress says darkly while she points her crossbow tied to her wrist to a low-level henchman on the floor. But a hand stops her from shooting. You don't need to do this. The newly arrived clone of Eidolon says while holding her forearm. Yanking her arm away, Huntress says, "Isn't better to end all of the scum already?" Eidolon looks at her before looking at the man on the ground. Alex Miller, 19 years old, orphan, raised in the St. Patrick orphanage. He knew a little about how to fight and start making a livelihood of it on the streets. Start with some gangs, then start taking some unsavory jobs as a debt collector, hired as cannon fodder here 15 months ago. The pay is good. If he gets out he is killed. Don't have much of an option. Eidolon describes all of the guy's life. Before entering, he is up to his neck in debt with a shark loan. His girlfriend and mother were kidnapped and they ask him to choose one of them to live and say that if he doesn't pay in the next time, they would kill the one that is spared too. Some people simply don't know other lives. Let him go to jail. Eidolon says, shrugging his shoulders. And then he looks at another guy on the floor. That one on the other hand. He points his index finger and, bang, a hole appears on the guy's head. His body spasms a little before going completely still. Have a favorite pastime of visiting the cell where they keep the female prisoners. He doesn't. Elaborate further and looks at Helena. Huntress. In the past you were weak. He states bluntly, you couldn't show mercy because any weakness would be exploited and your end would have been ugly. She can't answer that. Why do you think Superman can show mercy to low-level crooks? Because even if 1 million of these guys get out of jail, they can never hurt him. You're on this level now. You're in the big leagues now. Eidolon also says, we can also differentiate who really deserves to die. He points to the guy that he just killed and then he points to the guy he saved from Huntress, and those not so bad. We have the means, so there's no need to drown yourself in unnecessary blood. I know that you don't like it either. Huntress huffs but relents. You have the means. Not me. Just let these things to me then. Do nothing that you don't want or will make you lose sleep at night. That's my job. Eidolon says while start taking evidence and research results. By the way, that guy strangely chose his girlfriend over his own mother. After some time, Idolin's clone takes everything he needs and is ready to disintegrate. Take this and give it to my main body. He says, giving a black cube to Huntress. You guys can go back now. Idolin, Lady Jade calls, let me ask you, hypothetically, if someone captures me and Huntress, and make that you can only save one, who would you choose? She asks with a mischievous smile. Women and their hypothetical questions. Idolin thinks. Even Huntress looks curious. The two, obviously. He answers without hesitation, Teach. You can't. Lady Jade starts saying. No, I can. He interrupts, I can because I'm strong. Only the weak need to make hard choices. If I'm strong enough, I need to sacrifice nothing. He says seriously. Well, maybe only myself. He chuckles. Plot checkpoint. The author will remember that he approaches the two and pat their heads. I'm a greedy man that wants everything without losing anything. So I would absolutely save the two of you. That's my final answer. He smiles before start disappearing. I really gained this habit of giving head pats on the anime world. He muses to himself while he looks at his hand. This guy. Acting cool like that? Shago murmurs. Are you blushing? Helena asks with a smirk. Wait, you blush red too? I thought would be totally green. What do you think I am? A monster? My blood is still red. Shago huffs in indignation, making Helena laugh. Racist? I'm telling Idolin. Idolin POV. After I give a good slap on the bald head of Francis, Ajax, I move the main perpetrators and the worst of the soldiers to Infinity Castle with the help of Isabella. Checking out the mind of the guards, I decide whom I will take away. Yeah, I normally don't enter into people's minds, but criminals lose many privileges. Finally, I find Mikhail carrying a very beaten-up woman by the back of her collar like she is a bag. He unceremoniously throws her at my feet and says with his heavy Russian accent, She is a meta. I just nod and send her to Isabella too. Mikhail, after I get a clue about kidnappings we come to investigate. We entered the place, but many scientists and other people escaped because they threatened us with the hostages. We were never in Mutant Town tonight. I say, giving him a look. He understands the assignment and nods. Let's check the situation of the prisoners. The cops already arrived and Ted D is coming too. Now, chapter 121 to 140 is ended and next chapter 141 to 160 is here. Thanks for watching. If you want to suggest me anything, please comment. Thank you.